Okay, there we go. Can't remember where the sound was good last time. Maybe here. I still can't have the patience for TFT. I just can't do it. Okay. Me ma 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 ma. Gotta warm up the voice. This game is just all reading. Make your creator proud. You can now speak to Samantha to experience the side story Devil's Den. I wonder how long these side stories are. Last week I was skipping them because I was like, maybe I can just get to the end of the game first and then worry about it after. But, starting a new day. Haven't used my voice much. Side story is pretty tempting. TFT is so good once you know how to play. Oh, I'm looking framey. Why? I get the basics and stuff. I don't know. I don't care. Kinda. This game's scary. Music is a bit creepy, not gonna lie. It's the same one as last Sunday. It's that one you make coffee for dead people. It's not scary at all. It's just the only scary part is it makes you think about when you're gonna die. Kinda. It's all about death. But it's basically just a book. All I do is read. It's the one MK bought me. So he wanted to play it, but MK can't read, so MK like saw this in Melbourne at like an event. Gave him like, can't remember what he said, like $500 or something. So I'm not sure if his name will come up in the credits as like a early backer, early funder. Be interesting to see. I'm gonna keep my eye out for Maurice or whatever he told them to put. Something down under. Come on, I want to show you something. For a moment, Tuan thought of grabbing Hannah by the hand to lead her, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Something about the idea of holding her hand seemed simultaneously too childish and too intimate for him to try this early in the night. "Oh, where are you taking me?" said Hannah. "Someplace cool," said Tuan. He located a ladder leading down from the lower level and gestured to it. "After you. And now you're asking me to be the first one to jump into the gaping maw of whatever monsters might be lurking down there?" Hannah shook her head ruefully. "Where have all the gentlemen gone?" Tuan smirked. "I think a gentleman might say, ladies first. And I think a lady might say, I'll stand quietly behind while you deal with this street ruffian. Go ahead, barrel face first into danger. I'll follow behind." "Well," said Tuan, "technically I'm going feet first. You know, going down verticality and all that. My head is actually the last part of me that will be arriving on the lower level. Oh, fuck it. Are we going to keep standing here bantering, or are you going to show me whatever's down there?" said Hannah. "You seemed enthused by the idea only a few moments ago." "I guess I just got distracted by your cattiness." Hannah got on the ladder on top of Tuan. "Don't look up. Trust me, you won't get the show you're expecting if you do." "Fine." Tuan descended the ladder, keeping his gaze decidedly horizontal. After arriving on the level below, he studied his feet until Hannah landed beside him. Hannah joined him in studying his feet. Oh, please don't tell me you're one of those freaks who is obsessed with his sneakers. Nah, said Tuan. Just the kind who finds the sight of his own shoelaces a safe distraction from whatever he's trying to avoid looking at. Oh, good, said Hannah. Did you hear about that brawl in Darwin? No, said Tuan. Well, it was actually Darwin, California. You know, these international news sites always trying to sucker me into reading stories about what's happening in America. Anyway, nobody was hospitalized, but several kids walked away from that store with black eyes to show to their friends. I can understand that collectibles are a big deal, but come on, we live in a society. I don't think I'll ever understand sneakerheads. Wait, that's actually a thing? Said Tuan. Yeah, said Hannah, you didn't know about it? It's really big with hip youngsters. I guess I don't pay very close attention to the behavior of hip youngsters. Well, that was evident from the moment I laid eyes on you, said Hannah. But you seem adventurous enough. Maybe one day you'll encounter one of them. On that note, what are we here to see? Tuan led Hannah to one of the portholes of the room they were in. Look at this. Whoa, that is indeed a porthole. No, I mean, what's on the other side? Yup, said Hannah. That certainly is water on the other side of that porthole. Hold on, said Tuan. There's supposed to be a what? I don't want to spoil the surprise, said Tuan. Well, you have effectively replaced my awe and wonder of seeing the sea through a porthole in the basement of a Melbourne cafe with a feeling of disappointment that I'm not seeing whatever it is I'm supposed to be seeing. Tuan checked several of the other portholes. This is weird. It's usually... The sound of something landing behind them caused Tuan and Hannah to spin around and face the ladder they'd just climbed down. A girl with twin tails stood up from a crouching stance and dusted herself off. Did you just jump down? Said Tuan. Yep, said the girl. It's only 10 meters. And to think that we wasted our time climbing down that ladder like schmucks, said Hannah. So, Tuan stood gawking at the girl for a few moments. Sorry, I don't remember your name. I'm Ashley, said the girl, of course. I guess turnabout is fair play, because I don't remember your name either. It's Tuan. And I'm Hannah. You two know each other? Hannah said to Tuan as she pointed to Ashley. Yes, said Tuan. We know each other so well that we greet each other by asking each other what our names are. That's a great greeting ritual, said Hannah. We should try to popularize it. You know, normalize introducing yourself by name, even to people you met before. I bet it would save some people from a lot of awkwardness. Not everyone is good with names, you know. That's a great idea, said Ashley. I'm going to start doing that. Hannah shot a glance at Tuan, and he grinned. So what are you doing down here? Said Hannah. Here to kick us out? Is this a no patron zone? No, it's no problem, said the girl, but I was eavesdropping. Tuan's eyes widened, and he looked at Hannah, but Hannah seemed to be more amused than upset at Ashley's appearance. And, said Ashley, it sounded like you weren't seeing what you wanted to be seeing, so I thought I'd come down and take you lower. Oh, where am I being taken now? Said Hannah. About 1,000 fathoms is where things start to get interesting, said Ashley. How much is 1,000 fathoms? Said Hannah. It's about 1,800 meters, said Tuan. Sounds like a lot of climbing, said Hannah. Guess I should have brought better ladder climbing shoes. That sounds like the lament of a non-sneakerhead, said Tuan. Oh, no need to climb, said Ashley. Just hang on a sec. Ashley walked up to a panel with several mechanical levers, and after several moments, the water outside the porthole began changing hue. What was that? Said Hannah. Swordfish, said Ashley. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was a sailfish, said Tuan. I'm pretty sure you made that up, said Hannah. No, really, said Tuan. They're a marlin, and they have a long bill like a swordfish, but they also have a broad, erect dorsal fin. If you had left the word erect out of that sentence, I might have believed you, said Hannah. No, he's probably right, said Ashley. I've seen him down here with marine biology books. He's a huge nerd, so I definitely trust his word over mine. Well, I'm glad that's settled, said Hannah. The part about you being a nerd, I mean. I think the sailfish with an erect dorsal fin sounds kind of sketchy to me. Eventually, the room stopped descending and Hannah looked outside the porthole. Now I see what you were excited about. There's a lot of stuff going on down here. Hey, nerd boy, what's this one called? Tuan tried to follow Hannah's pointing finger. Which one are you pointing at? That shark-looking thing. It looks like it's as big as a whale. Oh, said Tuan. That's a whale shark. See, said Hannah. I knew you were just making up names. No, that one's right, said Ashley. That's one of the few ones I know because it's so easy to remember. It's a cross between a whale and a shark. Whale shark. So, said Hannah, this is the level of the ocean where interspecies romance happens. There isn't actually any whale DNA in a whale shark, said Tuan. It just has that name because of its size. It's the largest known species of fish. Hannah shook her head. First, it's a whale shark, then it's just a shark, and now it's a fish. Tuan, the thing you need to know about making stuff up is that you need to stick to one version of the story. Sharks are fish, said Tuan. You didn't know that? They have gills. I'm kind of surprised you didn't know. I don't think you're the one who should be surprised by any of this, said Hannah. Everything that you've shown me down here is thoroughly weird. Me not knowing that sharks are fish? That seems very normal to me. Hey, Ashley, did you know that sharks are fish? Nope, said Ashley. This is my first time hearing it too. Must be another made-up Tuan fact about marine biology, said Hannah. Tuan shrugged his shoulders. I guess so. The truth is that I'm just really creative and good at making up so-called facts. The part about me being a nerd who spends all his time studying marine biology must be a lie. No, I still believe that part, said Hannah. Me too, said Ashley. The trio stood for a few moments, wavering between looking out the porthole and looking at each other. The awkwardness hit just a few seconds before Ashley spoke up. Anyway, I figured this is where you wanted to hang out, so here you go, 2,000 fathoms. Give me a holler if you want to go deeper. Ashley walked to the ladder and disappeared through the hole in the ceiling. Forgot what this game is like. Forgot the level of, like, just how much reading. Okay. Ashley's inventions too. Ashley's original ideas. Do not steal. Floor sweeper. My last experiment with the kitchen assistant version 1 was a big success, if you measure success in how quickly it was able to pulverize things generally. This song's way louder than the last one. The throwing objects at the ceiling technique does not work for pulverizing carrots or celery for salads, but it is very good at pulverizing halogen lamp bulbs. This made me think about how much better it would be if the floor was self-cleaning. Ashlings can sweep up a bit, but usually all they do is move dust around and it's hard to get them to actually collect debris and put it into the trash. You're listening kinda in the background. No problems. You don't have to listen. Just that song just like blasted real loud out of nowhere. So sorry. If the entire floor were covered with air jets, any small bits of debris that dropped onto the floor would get quickly whisked away toward a corner where a vacuum or something could suck them up into a disposal chute. Hey Lychee! Good morning. Good morning from me. Good evening to you. How are you? Having a bunch of air jets would require a lot of power to run, but air isn't the only fluid that could be used to carry dirt and dust and broken shards of halogen lamp bulbs. Water could also probably do the trick. The issue is that water would damage the floor. Ripping up the wooden floorboards and pouring concrete would solve that problem, and we could mold the concrete in a way that its shape directed the water toward a drain in the floor. That would mean no more need to sweep. We could just hose down the entire cafe at the end of the day and it would drain itself. Then it would be dry by morning. That's actually a really good idea that doesn't require any special equipment or specialized hardware once the floor is installed. I should copyright that idea to make sure that nobody steals it. Update. After several days of calling the Australian Copyright Council, I finally talked to a person who told me that I want to cover inventions is a patent, not a copyright. After several more days of trying to contact the patent office, I was told that someone already used my idea. I wonder if it's possible to sue someone for stealing your idea before you came up with it. You're tired and sore? What have you been doing? Stretching your hips because, I walked too much yesterday. You got a blister on your ring toe. Damn. That makes it hard. Like, is it that I'm guessing it's between a toe, between two toes. It's like the worst spot. That I'm not able to patent an idea just because I'm too young to have the idea. Too young to have had the idea before someone else claimed it. Knife Retriever version 2. Previously, I discarded the idea of using a large electromagnet to retrieve the knife that was lodged in the ceiling. My research has led me to believe that the knife in the ceiling is actually stainless steel which contains iron. Iron is ferromagnetic, which is weird because you'd think that only ferro would be ferromagnetic, but I guess iron is too. Also, I was able to find a gas-powered generator that could supply enough power to run an electromagnet for a short period of time, so I don't need to worry about the circuit breakers. It requires a lot of gas, but luckily, getting the knife down only requires running the electromagnet for a short period of time. I created the electromagnet by spooling a power cable around a piece of iron. The good news is that the electromagnet is great at pulling knives from where they are. The bad news is that it pulled all of the knives from the drawers that were within a meter of when I turned it on. Also, the knife in the ceiling wasn't affected because it was too far away. I looked it up, and magnetic attraction follows an inverse cube law. I'm not sure what the opposite of a cube is. Maybe it's a sphere? But the more I think about it, the more it makes sense that objects further away aren't pulled as strongly by a magnet. It's been a long time since you walked a lot. You went to Disneyland? Oh shit. Nice. What's it like at this time? The Beseecher 5000. After my lack of success with the knife retriever version 2, I asked Che for help and he lifted me up so I was able to pull the knife from the ceiling. He asked how long it had been up there and I said, not long, and he said, more than a day? And I said, oh, it wasn't up for a day, which is technically true. I'm glad that asking Che for help succeeded, but I think in the future there needs to be a way to automate this process of asking Che for help. I think I need to create a robot with speech capabilities that is capable of asking for favors. Then I could have the robot ask for favors on my behalf. I think this is a good idea because usually when you ask someone for a favor, then you owe them a favor afterward. But if it were the robot asking for the favor, then the robot would owe the favor, not you. Then the person would ask the robot to do them a favor, and the robot would say, sorry, I am only capable of talking to people, not doing tasks. Then if the person asked the robot to ask you for a favor, the robot would say, I'm sorry, my battery is running low, and then it would self-destruct. It would be expensive to build a new robot every time you had to ask for another favor, but it would be better than having to owe someone a bunch of favors after they helped you. Fuck, I fucking love Ashley. Say that you are not a Disney fan. Oh, I did, didn't I? That was my guess. Oh, you remembered that. You got a lot going on, Joshy? It was interesting. People do not need to wear masks when they are out in the open, but need to wear a mask when indoors like stores and rides. Interesting. Is it blowing up in Cali? Yeah, no, you don't have to talk about it, Joshy, at all. Don't worry, dude. Let's hope whatever it is sorts itself out, if it can. A bunch of them, like a mix of people wearing masks and not wearing masks when outdoors. I mean, now it's like, well, not cold. California doesn't really get too cold, does it? But now it's not summer, it's not hot. Mask is like, I prefer wearing a mask than no mask when I'm outside. If it's like cold, just keeps your face warm. Hides all my like pimples and stuff. It's perfect. Hides my chapped lips from like the cold air. Masks are the best. Samantha sat alone at the bar, taking occasional sips from a glass of gin. She wasn't sure that tonight was the night she really wanted to be drinking, but the comforting familiarity of the gin kept her raising the glass to her lips. The drink didn't set well in her stomach, but each sip left her feeling warm, and with each sip, the knot in her stomach seemed to become less and less noticeable, and so she kept drinking. The green bottle had become something of a friend over the years, and with it she shared the kind of friendship born not out of any sort of affection so much as one of familiarity and convenience. Drinking the Tanqueray neat took her back to the first apartment she'd lived in after moving from her home in New Mexico to the parts of Melbourne that bordered the docks, the same apartment where she discovered that liquor was vastly cheaper when bought by the bottle than when bought by the glass in the setting of a bar, and where she'd learned that the cinnamon and coriander gave the gin enough flavour without the need for mixers. Interesting. The Tanqueray was her coming-of-age drink, and consequently, she enjoyed a private relationship with it. Most of the alcohol she'd consumed in the past year had been on the job, but gin was something that she kept hidden away at home, for the private moments when it was only her, a green bottle, and an overwhelming sense of dread. Samantha emptied the glass, and for a moment continued to hold the empty glass up to her mouth, looking down her nose at the bottom of the glass, as if asking God for a sign that this was the time to stop drinking. She had no intention of stopping, but she figured it was worth giving the everlasting a chance to interdict if she was transgressing by drinking so heavily. No divine intervention came to stop her from raising her hand to signal Maddie for another drink. There was a small throbbing inside her ears that seemed to think it was a bad idea, but she was sure that was the result of hearing damage, and not the voice of God ringing in her ears. She was fairly sure that she didn't believe in God, but something about her Catholic upbringing kept her occasionally checking in just to confirm that her suspicions that there wasn't anyone upstairs judging her on her hedonism. You wore a KF94 mask when you went to Disneyland? What's this game about? So this game's about death. So when people die, before they travel on to the next place, they wander around for 24 hours. And this cafe, we're working at a cafe, and the cafe is where the people that have died can spend their last 24 hours on Earth before they disappear or whatever. So we just serve people coffee and talk to them and learn about their stories before they pass on forever. But it's the same cafe. You play as someone who's not dead. We're it's this weird magic. We're like an alchemist kind of person. And you just go through different, there's episodes. I'm on episode 4 or 5 now. And you have the main dialogue. You'll just talk to a character and serve them and try and ease them into dying. And then when the episode ends, you can wander around your cafe. Now I'm in the basement, and there's heaps of side stories and so much text. This is the second time I played it. Last week when I played it, my voice was so destroyed afterwards. It was 7 hours straight of just non-stop reading like this. There's so much text in the game. But it's really interesting sometimes. Kind of reminds you of Death Parade. Yes, that's a very good comparison. It is quite similar. Oh, good idea. Yeah. Oh my god, the music in Death Parade was incredible. You're gonna hear a beep. 7 hours of reading. Yeah, it's a very long bedtime story. And I don't know how many hours I have left today. But when I looked it up last week, it said you could finish the game in 4 hours. I think that's if you don't read anything. People just get the text and just close. So, I don't know how long the game is. Still, if there was any time or place to question her lack of belief in God, a cafe that seemed to exist in the borderland between life and death seemed as good a place as any to do it. Her mother had told her that it was only by the grace of God that she walked the earth. And if it wasn't a force of God that kept this cafe's door open, it was certainly something otherworldly. Ah, crap. I think I pushed the X by mistake. Otherworldly. Oh no, that was the end. Yep. Okay. Is there any I've missed? I've done that one. Done Ashley's inventions. Done the tank array. Oh. No, done Ashley's. This a letter from Sophie Cordova. But Samantha's this like really... She likes the main character. You probably see her in a sec. She's pretty hot. My dear Maddie. Maddie's the one we play as. Kind of. Thank you for getting in touch with me. Or perhaps I should say congratulations. I make such a point of making myself hard to find that it's always a surprise to hear from anyone. I sometimes find myself fearing the day when I'll be contacted by someone who isn't a fan of mine, and who is more interested in locking me away than seeking my advice. One might think that people interested in putting me away would be more capable and in possession of more resources than those like yourself who simply possess curiosity, and yet it's always the latter who manage to break through the veil I've erected between myself and the outside world. You're the first in over 3 years to manage this, and so it is now time for me to find another hiding place. If your next letter manages to find me, I'll truly have something to worry about. If you're looking for a solution to the problem you outlined in your letter, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. My business is that of teaching people how to ask the right questions so that they can find the answers themselves, not giving the answers. After all, the most worthwhile answers are the ones I haven't found yet. That being said, your question about time transference is an issue of special interest to me. The idea of storing vitality within a living, non-sentient creature such as a plant is one that I've long considered. The issue has always been one of retrieval. If you did find a way to transfer vitality from a plant into a sentient creature, it would result in a tremendous discharge of energy. Such a great discharge that I'm sure it would kill whatever subject was on the receiving end. Absorbing life force from something doesn't seem that it would do you much good if it kills you in the process. Consequently, I've never experimented with this process myself. Even if I have earned a reputation for being a rule breaker, there are certain things that are simply off limits. Your idea of using a non-living soul as the target for transference is an interesting one. No risk of killing the vitality recipient if it's already dead. Of course, that would require finding a way to infuse a non-living soul with vitality in the first place. And being that most reanimation techniques involve a significant discharge of energy, using the vitality transfer as the trigger would effectively be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, reanimation is a far cry from necromancy, but if your only problem is one of living on borrowed time, well, you know better than I do how to resolve the particulars. I'm an alchemist, not a necromancer. If I can offer you one piece of advice, these kind of vitality transfers are not something to be experimented with. Any time that is borrowed or lent, you are making an alteration to a ledger that the powers that be keep a very careful eye on. Even the smallest of disturbances is enough to attract their notice, and attracting their notice will put a quick end to any research you might be in the midst of. So, if you are going to try a vitality transference, don't experiment, go straight for the end goal. If you're going to catch the attention of those whose attention you do not want, make sure that the endeavor is worthwhile. If you have a good reputation, it would be a shame to squander it on something so trivial as allowing a mouse a few extra seconds on this side of mortality. As they say, go big or go home. I appreciate you taking the time to write to me. Edward. We are alchemists. Alchemists and necromancers. So I've done that. So this is the cafe. And it's set in Melbourne, Australia as well, this game. Oh, that's us down there. Oh, you can hold right click to see everything that you can interact with. I didn't know that. So that's who you kind of play as. I love her. She's fantastic. She's so funny. She's the bartender. She's the owner of the cafe. This guy's also great. I really like that guy. She is hilarious. This kid is so fucking funny. Actually, most of the characters are great. These are 2 like high schoolers. I can do their side story actually. I might try that. Where's Samantha? Oh, she's probably at the bar. Yeah, there she is. That's her. That's the gin drinking alcoholic. Very, very sexy. And she has a big crush on the main character as well. The main character's a shy little dweeb, so she won't. So look, she's side-eyeing her this whole time. She's just got her eyes on the main character. She loves her, but she's a shy little dweeb, so. I might do Samantha's side story. Unless we have Ned's side story somewhere. Funeral, I saw that one. Saw that one, I saw that one. Beth, I've seen the Beth one. This is an indie game? Yes, very much so. MK bought me this game. He was at a convention in Melbourne. I can't remember, like 3 or 4 years ago. And he met the developers there that were like, they had like a little stall like talking about their game. And MK liked how it looked, so he like funded the game or something, gave him a few $100s or whatever. So I'm looking forward to getting to the end of the game and seeing if he's in there as like a funder or something. Check his his name's in it. Devil's Den? Yes. I wonder how long the side stories are. If they're like an hour or 2 hours just for the side story, I don't know if I'll do them all. I'll just do Samantha's and Ned's. But yeah, it's a very pretty cafe. I'd like to go there. Also, thanks to the hydrate. I need to drink like constantly. I hate this job. Kiyoshi was angry. Samantha always found it difficult to see him like this. She felt his anger and his pain as if it were her own. They shared the hurt, a bond exclusive to them. But anger was also a form of passion, and Samantha considered Kiyoshi's passion one of his most admirable qualities. You know, I hate it here too, but I can't walk away from this job. Neither of us can. You know, the stress is going to kill us one of these days. Stress won't be the thing that kills us. Don't say that. You're right. I'm sorry. I love you. I love you too. Stay safe. Samantha sat alone, nursing a glass of gin. The terminal had a warm atmosphere, a far cry from the immaculate, glitzy pub-holic where she'd spent just shy of 6 months as a cocktail waitress. In fact, there was almost nothing in this cafe reminiscent of pub-holic, which made it a perfect place to brood, with precious few reminders of her previous gig. There were, of course, the smells. She caught lingering scents as she leaned upon the spirit-stained bar, each one like a stain upon her own memory, a scar that would never heal. She's alive, by the way. Samantha isn't dead yet. Living people can come into the cafe as well. Not that she hadn't been left scarred by other jobs, but she resented the invisible stains left on her psyche by the pub-holic, the kind she couldn't hide with concealer and long sleeves. Still, there were a few pleasant memories buried beneath the pain. Memories of him. You thought she would be in a coma? Actually, it's not confirmed that she's not dead. They haven't specifically said that. So she might be. But if she has come to the cafe in the past. Like they talked about, like they know each other and stuff. So she comes here frequently. And I feel like she's the kind of person that if she actually was dead, she wouldn't tell anyone. That would be an interesting twist, actually. You want me to just leave the bottle here? No, I need to feel that tiny bit of shame when I ask for a refill. No shame in it? Well, there ought to be. Because without it, I'd hit the bottom of that bottle pretty fast. You want me to stop you? Otherwise, you'll lose that shame soon enough. I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. Samantha liked Maddie. Part of it was the natural kinship she had come to feel for anyone whose profession involved pouring a drink. But Samantha also appreciated Maddie's extremely high level of disinterest in what was going on around her. Or she has a special ability to go to this cafe. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah. I think any living person can come in here. I don't know. She could tell from Maddie's eyes that she wasn't all there. Her attention was split between her patrons and some problem she was puzzling together in her head. But like, there's multiple places around the world or something that people can spend their last 24 hours. And Maddie, who's the girl with the glasses behind the bar, owns this one. But if dead people spend more than 24 hours, that's like breaking the law of time. And there's like a council of death that monitor it all. And Maddie, who's the girl with glasses, is too kind and she never tells people to leave. They have to physically leave the cafe themselves. The dead people have to leave the cafe themselves to move on to the afterlife. If dead people, if they overstay, they rack up like a debt time, and that goes to the cafe. So the cafe is like 1,000 or like thousands of hours in debt because Maddie never has the heart to tell these dead people to leave. So there's this whole like the council's like hunting us down and stuff as well. There's this whole like side plot of we're in big trouble. She could tell from Maddie's eyes that she wasn't all there. Her attention was split between her patrons and some problem she was puzzling together in her head. In Samantha's opinion, patrons always got more attention than they deserved, and it seemed that Maddie agreed. They were perfectly content in their own solitude. Samantha? Is that you? Samantha, I'd like to talk to you. Actually, this concerns the other girls too. Call them over, won't you? Nakamoto made the suggestion as if it had just occurred to him, but it was clear he didn't intend this to be a private conversation. The other servers were within earshot, close enough to hear Nakamoto's request, but he clearly wanted Samantha to beckon them over. She indulged him with the ritual of clapping her hands and calling out. Clara, Iris, Michelle, business time. As Samantha looked across the table at Nakamoto, she realized that she stood between Nakamoto and the other girls like a protector, a shield. The role fitted her fine, and the other girls seemed grateful for it. But Samantha couldn't help but feel that this was exactly what Nakamoto wanted. Though he was one man facing 4 women, it felt to Samantha that their numbers were evenly matched. The women standing behind Samantha were not participants, they were mere bystanders. He evidently derived a lot of satisfaction from the fact he never had to raise his voice. He had his subordinates to do that for him. Exemplary work tonight. Mr. Canavan was very impressed. You girls did your job with precision and respect. I would expect nothing less. That deserves a bonus, don't you think? He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out 4 10,000 yen notes, fanning the bills out on an ashtray in front of him. There was only one problem. At the end of the meal, Mr. Canavan suggested that Clara give him a kiss. He got the impression she didn't enjoy it much. Her reaction soured the mood. Perhaps it's not her fault, but we are in the service industry. Our one job is to make the clients happy. Samantha locked eyes with Nakamoto, willing him to concentrate his wrath entirely on her and away from the younger, inexperienced girl behind her. Based on that, do you think she should receive this 10,000 yen bonus? Samantha's heart broke for Clara. That she would be complicit in Nakamoto's humiliation of her filled with her guilt, but she kept a steely expression. As much as it bothered her to capitulate, Samantha knew that fighting with Nakamoto would only humiliate Clara further, so she gave the answer he wanted. No, she shouldn't receive the bonus. She knew how Nakamoto's little rituals worked, and she wasn't going to rock the boat. That could only make it worse for all of them. Is that so? Well, Samantha, if that's what you believe. Samantha watched as Nakamoto set the edge of one of the bills alight. The fire rapidly spread until all 4 bills were engulfed. Samantha watched Nakamoto's smiling face through the dancing flames. This was a genuine smile. This was the part he enjoyed. My, what a terrible accident. You see, I only lit Clara's bill, but now everything has been reduced to ash. It's like service, you see. The rest of you provided perfect service for the entirety of the night, but it takes only one small mistake to ruin the entire experience for the client. What one of you does reflects on all of you, on this entire organization. This deserves punishment, don't you think? Then punish me. I was in charge of planning the event. Any shortcomings during the event are a reflection on my leadership. I take full responsibility. That dude is a dick? Yeah, big dick. Oh god. Samantha steeled herself for the slap she knew was coming. She would not flinch. But the slap never came. It took all of Samantha's willpower to not shudder at his caress. The slap would have hurt less to endure. You're right. You should take responsibility. Punish her. Clara looked up at Samantha, eyes wet with unshed tears. Samantha's expression softened, and she tried to convey all the sympathy and compassion she could as she mouthed the words, I'm sorry. It's okay. Wow. Okay, so that was in the past, and now he's come to her now. You just won your TFT game? Oh, fucking sweat. That's sweaty, dude. Mr. Nakamoto. I'm surprised to see you here. Shall I, what can I get for you? She knows what I drink. You'll have a Manhattan. Do you have Abbott's? Of course. This is kind of a long shot, but do you have Hibiki? I reckon so, yeah. Let me go check in the back. Thanks, cutie. Charming girl. Nakamoto had a habit of describing people as he wanted them to be, rather than as they were. As if he thought calling a server charming were enough to make her want to live up to the description. Charming, but definitely not your type. How would you know? For one thing, she's not subservient enough for your tastes. Unlike you, Samantha, I'm surprised you remember my name. You wound me. You know I always liked all of the girls at the bar. Yes, you liked us all so much you gave us the same pet name. I always figured honey was just a more affectionate way of saying, hey you. Hey you? As in, hey, you over there. Ah, maybe you are right. But you were always my favorite, Samantha. Well, one of my favorites. She wasn't sure if that was meant to be a compliment, given that Nakamoto seemed to prefer girls too inexperienced to avoid his advances. The implication she might be a favorite struck Samantha as insulting. You always did like the oblivious ones. Ah, Samantha, you know how the clan is. We wouldn't have hired you if I were a more sophisticated girl. No. Nakamoto seemed to think he was being subtle, but he was never very good at it. I presume the fact that none of the servers spoke Japanese wasn't an accident. Ah, what is the point in denying it now? Of course you understand now all that was going on. I always knew it was a possibility, but nobody could have anticipated things happening like they did. It was never my intention. I tried to do the right thing. Approaching the bar. A moment later, she tensed up and did a double take. There was something about the way the man walked. Men coming to see Nakamoto were always trembling, afraid. He looked too confident for a man about to talk to an infamous crime boss. That, and the white van. It had been sitting there for the past 2 hours, and yet she hadn't seen anyone come out of the van the whole time. She turned toward the door as the man came in, and realized he was suddenly flanked by several men on either side. Their chests were too thick for their stature, the kind of bulk that came from Kevlar under suit jackets. Nobody move! Samantha found herself looking at a badge, a handgun, and several men holding what looked like military-grade submachine guns. Taro Nakamoto, we have a warrant for your arrest. I am Taro Nakamoto. Please, no need for the guns. You're frightening me. Disbelief, but one by one, they dropped their guns and held their empty hands up, except for one. He was standing near the door, his right hand hovering at his hip. Gun! The young gangster who had drawn the gun crumpled as several gunshots rang out from the back of the room, another one of Nakamoto's henchmen. Samantha hit the floor, crawling through the shattered fragments of the drinks she'd dropped moments ago. The roaring gunfire was so loud it physically hurt her ears. Within seconds, all she could hear was ringing. She kept crawling, trying to avoid the gunfire and stampeding crowd when she found herself pressed against the side of the bar. Samantha looked up and made eye contact with Nakamoto just seconds before the bullets began to tear him apart. He cratered to the floor, and Samantha found herself face to face with the corpse. He's dead. I see. As her consciousness faded, 2 words escaped her lips. Fucking Yakuza. Of course you didn't mean for it to go down the way that you did. Nobody gets out of bed in the morning thinking, let's die today. I get up every morning prepared to die. But it's unfair of me to expect everyone around me to do the same. I'm sorry that you had to become involved. Wait, she is dead? I knew what I was getting into. You never coerced me. I made the decision to be there. I made that decision every night I took those envelopes of money home with me. And don't be absurd. It was my fault entirely. There's no denying that. You weren't the one who pulled a gun. Yes, but my man did, and his actions reflect on me. How can I claim to be the boss if I can't accept that? Regardless of who's to blame, we both ended up here. Yes, I suppose it's best to enjoy our time here while we still can. Fuck, she is dead. Damn. Samantha thought to herself that if her goal was to best enjoy her remaining time here, the first thing to do would be to remove herself from Nakamoto's vicinity. Her distaste for the man had far less to do with the day they were discussing than the months leading up to it. In fact, the way Nakamoto had handled the situation was one of the most decent things he'd ever done, insofar as a crime boss's behavior could be considered decent. Samantha had spent enough time pretending she didn't mind. I'm so confused with the tensing of this. Samantha had spent enough time pretending she had not minded working under him in the past that navigating this conversation took little effort. I think that was a typo there. Now there was nothing that made her feel bound to keep talking to the man. No sense of obligation to keep. On. Yeah, R.I.P. I guess that makes sense why she's still dressed like this. Sorry. Didn't find any hibiki back there. Found some Shibui Maru though. So that's what you're getting. What a treat. Thank you, miss. Matching reaction, yeah. Thank you, Miss Maddie. I drink these slow, but I hope you'll have another ready by the time I finish this one. You know, I forbade my men to drink our rival's whiskey. For me to drink it myself would be hypocritical. And yet, here you are. Nobody's watching you, so I don't think you have to worry about that now. Except for you. Well, I won't tell. And besides, you are the boss. In that case, perhaps there are pleasures which we are only allowed to enjoy in death. Oh, okay, so that's like the rivaling clans sake. It may be my deceased condition that makes it so, but I would be a liar to claim this isn't the best drink I have ever had. Forbidden fruit is always the sweetest. Had I tasted this drink years ago, perhaps we could have ended our turf war in more amicable terms. I find it hard to resent the men who make such fine whiskey. He started laughing, and Samantha joined him, more out of practiced reflex than shared mirth. Nakamoto placed his hand on her leg. Gross. Fuck off. She didn't flinch, but she looked at him with just the right amount of withering contempt to make him withdraw his hand. You're a very powerful woman. From the lips of the notorious Yakuza boss to the ears of the tittering cocktail waitress. You have an aura about you. Even when you served drinks, you had a dominant energy. Everyone in the room always respected you. I wanted to make you mine. So why didn't you? Because if I had taken you, I would have destroyed the very thing I admired about you. I wanted you to come to me willingly. And you thought I would? If I'm to be honest, yes. You seem like the type of woman who'd be drawn to men of power. I don't particularly find power that impressive when it's measured in number of dollars laundered. Power, not money. You do crave power. I could always see it in your eyes. And yet somehow, I managed to resist your charms. Nakamoto smiled at Samantha, having completely missed the cutting sarcasm of her remark. Besides, I didn't move to the city expecting to find love, especially not among the ranks of a crime syndicate. No, but you found it anyway. You're right. What was his name? You know his name. Yes, but I want to hear you say it. Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi, what's wrong, baby? Don't worry. Your heart is beating so fast. Excuse me. Something's bothering you. You know how I am. My heart always starts racing whenever I'm in bed with a beautiful woman. Stop it. What's really happening? I shouldn't tell you. And we shouldn't be together right now. That hasn't stopped us. It's Nakamoto-san. He has eyes for you. You think I don't know that? Anyone can tell by looking at him. I'm worried that he will try to take you away from me. I won't let him. I can look out for myself. That's what bothers me. One day, Nakamoto will try to take you, and you won't let him. Nakamoto does not take kindly to being snubbed. Let me deal with that. I hate that man. Shh, don't say that. Why shouldn't I say it? I hate him. Anyone could be listening. If the walls have ears, then let them hear. How can you stand it? Serving him every day from under his oppressive thumb. I do it the same way you do, one day at a time. My father told me Nakamoto was a despicable man. I should have listened to him. I feel it deep in my soul, Samantha. If we stay here, bad things will start to happen. We're good at surviving bad things. Not like this. There are some things you can't survive. There are some things you need to run away from. You know we can't do that. There may be a way. What are you saying? Samantha, before I tell you, I need to know. Will you come with me? What are you planning? Tell me first. If I do this, we can never come back to this city. Will you come with me? Will you leave them behind? Oh, excuse me. Oh. Nakamoto is not the kind of man that you can simply walk away from. He will be when I'm done. Samantha, tell me now. Will you come with me? I can't. Of course you can. The question is, will you? Kiyoshi. His name was Kiyoshi. It's loading for a long time. Oh! You're not like the others. Oh, is this a flashback in a flashback? Wow. Wonder if he's the one who killed them. Oh, maybe he's the one that drew the gun. Or he's the one that, like, ratted it out to the cops or something. Samantha regarded the young, cocksure man starting before her. One of Nakamoto's men. She knew his name was Kiyoshi. Samantha, of course, had made a point of memorizing the names of all of the men who worked under Nakamoto. But she was aware admitting she knew who he was would be taken as a sign of flattery, so she played dumb. I'm sorry, you're one of Nakamoto's men, right? Why do you do that? Do what? Play dumb. You know that I'm one of Nakamoto's men. You know my name. Not everyone knows your name. You're right. In fact, very few people do. I'm not as memorable as some of my peers, but you remember my name regardless. You know everyone else by name. There's not a chance that you don't know who I am. I'm forgetful. Funny. You always seem to remember people's names when it's important. What are you saying? I'm saying that you seem to enjoy privately embarrassing Nakamoto's men, while having the good sense to never publicly humiliate them. I'm not bothered by it, if that's what you're wondering. But you're a lot more clever than you allow others to believe. That makes two of us. She was beginning to think that the soft-spoken Kiyoshi was a lot more attentive than any of Nakamoto's henchmen were, and that made her uneasy. But she knew that he had already gotten whatever he wanted from this conversation. We're not so different, you and I. I disagree. She didn't see the need to list the various ways in which they differed in both station and demeanor. Perhaps you're right. You have the courage to show the men how little you care for them. I lack that courage. But it's clear that you and I both feel the same way about them. Either way, you're not like the others. I was wondering if you'd ever notice. And we're back to the bar. I always did like Kiyoshi. He always bowed when he needed to. He always said the right things. But he showed contempt with every bow, every action. He had a way of insulting you, even as he delivered a compliment. Very against what I usually look for in my men. But he had courage, determination. Moxie. I can see why a woman like you would be attracted to him. I always worried about him, but I knew that he was destined to do great things. Who knows, perhaps one day he could replace me. Who will replace you? Who can say? Many of my lieutenants were there that day. My right and left hands. In all the time that she had known him, Nakamoto had never been a man to lean. He always stood stiff as a board, his spine so rigid that it seemed he was afraid that it would snap if he allowed it to bend, even in the slightest. That rigid posture, along with his platform heels, allowed Nakamoto to pass for several inches taller than he really was. Samantha had suspected it was his attempt to make himself seem more physically imposing, but to her, it always had the opposite effect, making him appear comically uncomfortable in his own body. Then again, Nakamoto was never a man who had coveted luxury for himself, so perhaps his self-inflicted discomfort was in character. And that made his physical relaxation so unsettling. This was a side of Nakamoto she had never seen, but perhaps this side would be willing to talk. How many people do you suppose died in that pub? Perhaps a better question would be, who managed to survive? Perhaps they're just like us, waiting to walk through that door. Perhaps that would be a better fate for them. Any who survived would surely be arrested. After all, if I had been arrested, I would not be here enjoying this very fine whiskey. Maybe they escaped. I doubt that very much. Yakuza do many things. Running is not one of them. Besides, have you seen Kojiri? That man is too fat to outrun anyone. Samantha, you don't have to keep pretending. I know that you don't like me. My men always told me that it was just your Western manner of flirting, that you were teasing, playing at being hard to get. But I know content when I see it. You think I hold you in contempt? No, I was speaking of the men who offered me false flattery. You don't like me. But who can blame you? It is the nature of hierarchy. Hatred for the organization is always directed upward. It is a healthy and natural thing, is it not? Better to resent the people above you than to resent the people working next to you. It is, in a way, a powerful tool for bonding. It's something that you all went through together, and that made you closer, did it not? I never really became close friends with any of the other girls. No, I thought not. But I wasn't talking about them. You know who I'm talking about. Nakamoto is part of a dying generation. Oh, this is Kojiri. I'm pretty sure that's how all generations work. They have to die sometime. They make room for new generations. This generation of Yakuza will not die out. It will be chased out. It's a slow-moving organization. Everything about it from the inside out is based on an old way of doing things that is rapidly becoming not only outdated, but painful to look at. The premise of a clan is founded on the expectation that all of its members will be members for life, bound to each other and the organization. Death is the only solution. Kiyoshi, you don't mean to... This whole organization needs to die. That will take 10 years of my life along with it. It has given me something that I hate, and yet I can't bring myself to give it up. In a way, it's become part of me. You are not your job. Nakamoto would disagree. So would my parents, including my uncle, who is a police. Things are different for you, but where I'm from, this is true of any sort of institution or organization. The first 10 or 20 years that you spend in the organization are not truly spent doing anything of substance. The purpose of your first decades is training you to be a member of the clan. Sounds like an extensive training program. I didn't realize that Yakuza valued training and education so highly. It's not a training program, as you might imagine it. Most of it is being subjected to artificial hardships to demonstrate that you are trustworthy and loyal to the clan. Many of these hardships are designed to be humiliating or otherwise damaging. This is not an overlooked flaw of the initiation process. It is intentionally that way by design. Like hazing. Hazing? It's a practice for initiating people into social groups. It's not just a Yakuza thing, I assure you. You do this in your home country? I was hazed several times in college. Sororities, other honor societies, that sort of thing. Ah. Organizations addicted to the old way of doing things. I suppose so. Hazing is a torch passed on from one generation to the next. And I suppose the upside is that you get a bunch of loyal foot soldiers. No. The upside is that you get a large number of people who will only perpetuate the institution, complete with all its flaws. You need to find a way to clear the ranks, burn it all to the ground, start from scratch. Better yet, burn it all to the ground and leave it smoldering. I wish I could. And yet there is something deep in me that would hate to see it so. I know how much you hate Nakamoto, but you see, I don't. Even if I want to hate him, I cannot. The kind of loyalty that is built up over many years does not go away simply because you wish it to. That is the insidious thing about this organization. It changes you, even as you realize what it is doing to you, even as you hate it. For me to say that I hate Nakamoto would be the same as saying that I hate what I've become. And that is not something I say easily, even though it may be true. You are not like Nakamoto. I wish what you say was true. You're right. Kiyoshi hated you. Oh, there's something weird going on with her model. Did he tell you that? Samantha didn't bother to answer Nakamoto's question. She hated rhetorical questions with a passion. Several moments of silence later, she noticed Nakamoto fidgeting. Nakamoto was a man who carried himself with an undue amount of pomp, and it was not easy to make a man that straight-laced fidget. She took a certain amount of pleasure from his visible discomfort. The thought occurred to her that the way she tried to get a certain reaction from Nakamoto was not so different from his habit of dominating conversations. But she justified this to herself easily. The worst thing about Nakamoto was that he was a poor steward of power. He diminished the power of others because he enjoyed taking it for himself, and he correctly perceived it as being zero-sum. Samantha didn't crave power, but she very much enjoyed seeing Nakamoto being brought down a few notches, even if only for a moment. Of course he told you all the ways he despised me and my old ways. That is how every passionate relationship begins, is it not? The strongest bonds are built not out of mutual respect, but out of a shared hatred for something or someone. So of course he would pick me as the object of ire to win you over. Kiyoshi was a very shrewd man. He always had a talent for getting exactly what he wanted. You don't know the first thing about what kind of man Kiyoshi was. He's far more dangerous than he looks. I don't carry a gun. Too dangerous. Not when you know how to use one. I don't mean dangerous to safety. Dangerous to get caught with. Guaranteed jail time on conviction. And yet somehow all your friends seem to deal with it. Colleagues, not friends. So how come they bear the risk of getting caught with a firearm and you don't? I need to stay clean. The clan has many properties in my name. If I were caught carrying a firearm, it would defeat the purpose. I didn't realize that you had an ownership stake in the clan. Technically I do, but do you think that I actually see any of the money that passes through my establishments? They use my name, but I have no power. And if you ever try to leave, yes, now you understand why things are so complicated. Even if I leave, I will still carry that taint, the taint of association. There's no avoiding it. Why you? Why not do it under someone else's name? I may have lied to you before. I told you I don't carry a gun because there are many properties under my name. They needed someone who looked squeaky clean. Squeaky clean? Someone with a spotless record. Perfect. Free of imperfections. That's me, Mr. Spotless. Though I don't think that anyone in the clan would describe me that way. I'm actually very far from perfect. I'm just the man that they needed. I think you're what I need too. What does that mean? You may not be perfect, but you're what I'm looking for right now. You don't want to be tied up with me. I can't endure these circumstances. How could I expect you to do the same? You need to escape. It's too late for me, but not for you. It's not too late. I have nowhere to turn to. I've been thinking of going to the police. Kiyoshi looked at her with pained eyes, unable to say anything more. Finally, Samantha spoke up. Are you going to? No deal. They would not be able to make a deal with me without me agreeing to testify against him. And that's something I cannot do. Not without fearing for my own life. No matter where Nakamoto is, he will find me. Even dead. His ghost would haunt me. My only option is to disappear. My own crimes are far too great to be forgiven, even if I do betray Nakamoto. And besides, I cannot trust the police. If there is even one corrupt officer who allows my name to escape, Nakamoto has one principle. And one principle alone. Dead men can't talk. Yeah, you're out of here, gonna get some sleep. Alright, take care, Joshi. Hope things improve for you. Whatever's happening. Best of luck, dude. Sleep well. Catch you around. Thanks for hanging out. There are always more options. You're right. I could inform the police anonymously. Send them to where they can confront one of Nakamoto's deals directly. I know when he's having one of his business meetings, but it won't be pretty. You're the only person I can tell this to, because when the police finally catch up with him, people will die. And I don't want you anywhere near there when that happens. Can you promise me this? Kiyoshi, I need to tell you something. You can't go to the police. Tell me why I shouldn't. You'll ruin everything. This life is already ruined. The best I can hope for now is a chance at atonement. This may not make things better, but I cannot think of how they would become any worse with me. Continue to serve under that. Please, Kiyoshi. I have a plan to subvert Nakamoto. All the more reason for me to go to the police. I can't allow you to be the one to run into harm's way. You don't understand. This will work. You think you're the first one to think about taking Nakamoto down? People much stronger than you, people much more well connected than you, have tried it before. How could you possibly succeed where they've failed? Okay, here we go. Kiyoshi, you were right. I'm not like the others. There's something very different about me. Tell me. Well, if you believe that you know Kiyoshi better than I do, you're welcome to think it. Though I don't see how that could possibly be the case. I spent more than a decade with the man. He was never just a servant to me. Not even close. The boss must hold the respect of his men. It's a powerful bond. Nakamoto sounded frustrated, but his voice grew increasingly soft. Do you believe that your months-long fling with him really meant more than that? Do you really have the ability to look into a man's eyes, to peer into his soul and sense his true desires and motives? You are truly a fool if you believe this. Samantha found herself taken aback by Nakamoto's aggressive speech. For a moment, she thought that perhaps Nakamoto was right, that she didn't have the soul read on him. But as the moment passed, she came to an infuriating realization. Nakamoto pitied her. Do not underestimate me. As she felt the words leaving her lips, she found herself instantly regretting it. There was no faster way to lose respect than to demand it like a petulant child. She appeared weak and desperate, traits she saw mirrored in the man sitting across from her. Nakamoto wanted only to toy with her. She needed a punch to throw him off guard, something unexpected. She needed to tell the truth. I hate you. It does not surprise me to hear that you feel that way. It does, however, surprise me to hear you say it out loud. I don't think you understand the extent of it. I detest you, not for what you did to me, but for what you did to everyone who worked under me. If you hate me so much, why don't you just kill me? You are already dead. You never understood, but I did. Every single word you spoke in every single one of your business meetings. I wasn't the dumb little American girl you thought I was. Part of me always thought that a girl like you seemed too sophisticated to be a simple drink server. So who were you reporting to? Police? Give yourself more credit. It's not just the cops who have got their eyes on you. And give me some more credit. I am no mere informant. So what are you? CIA. What the fuck? Part of a 2-year investigation. What the fuck? So you were out to get me from the start, were you? Are you happy that you finally brought me down? Happy that you put me in a body bag? It was a job. I did my duty. I'm sure that as a career criminal, you can relate. You don't always get to do the thing you want to do. Sometimes you do the thing that has to be done. So everything went all according to your plan. Not all according to plan. The part where bullets started flying and I ended up here, that definitely wasn't the part of the plan. I expected that you'd try to try to end things peacefully. Well, I guess things went wrong for both of us. And here we are, doomed to enjoy the same fate. Ha 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 ha. That's your CIA? Woo. Well, since you've been so generous in sharing your secret with me, I suppose I should respond in kind. Samantha? I'm not Nakamoto. Samantha sat stunned. She had, on occasion, considered the possibility that Nakamoto might merely be a figurehead, that he might just be a middle manager in a larger organization. But all of the important meetings had always taken place at Pub Holic. She hadn't been party to every discussion or meeting, but she knew it was the place where decisions were made. If the man sitting on front of her wasn't the true boss, then it must have been someone else in that room. I'm his henchman. I exist solely for one purpose. For the day that someone tries to kill Nakamoto, or worse, they'll get me instead. I assure you that the real boss is safe and sound by now. He's probably on a boat out of the country as we speak. She knew that the real ringleader must have been one of the men who sat in the meetings at Pub Holic. Every face she had recognized had been there the day of the CIA crackdown. It had been scheduled during a meeting. Even if Nakamoto wasn't the true ringleader, the ringleader by now had been arrested, if not one of the men shot to death. All of your men were there, when the police showed up. None could have escaped arrest, or worse. There was one who was absent. Nakamoto, sorry. I guess I shouldn't call you that. Do you have a real name? I suppose there's no harm in discussing it now. My name is Kiyoshi. What the fuck? Yes. I stepped into Nakamoto's shoes, and in turn, he stepped into mine. Oh, motherfucker! So the one she was like dating was the real leader. Wait, what the hell? But the real leader... What? Huh? Oh my... I'm so confused. A simple switcheroo. How embarrassing for you. So that means the real Nakamoto... For me to say that I hate Nakamoto would be the same as saying that I hate what I've become. Oh, that was Kiyoshi. The real Nakamoto. Yes. Your lover boy was really the big villain you hoped to take down. Samantha reeled. Physical fatigue, anxiety, panic. These were things she had learned to stave off long ago. Yeah, Nakamoto is Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi's Nakamoto. But Kiyoshi, the one she was dating, was talking about taking Nakamoto down. So, the actual leader of the clan wanted to end the clan? Or was everything he was saying bullshit? Nakamoto wasn't sharp enough to realize just how rare it was for Samantha to find herself dizzied like this. But he did not know that he had gotten a reaction out of her. But he did know that he had gotten a reaction out of her. You know, you're probably dead right now because of him. I bet that kid in the bar pulled the gun because because the real Nakamoto told him to. You may be right. Perhaps he left me to die. But then, that's my job as a decoy. To be ready to die when the boss requires it. In fact, he warned me it might be happening. I spoke with him before. He told me you gave him immunity. Mr. Big Bad, never to see trial. That's not how it works. He can still be charged. But who will charge him? Why would they charge a small fry like Kiyoshi? As far as everyone is concerned, the big bad boss is now dead. Most of the potential witnesses too, I imagine. Holy shit. That's what Samantha was talking about when she's talking to Kiyoshi, saying, no, don't do your plan. I have my own plan to take down Nakamoto. She must have revealed that she's actually CIA. But the real leader actually knew. That was the real... What the fuck? You have coffee now, you can speak. You're on your phone, so responses will delay. Hey, pumpkin. Yeah, work. Right? One of Nakamoto's greatest strengths was his ability to project a veneer of stoicism. He was always the sort of man that expressed his power subtly, never flexing, always taking pride in never raising his voice. But in this moment, he was reveling. He had nothing to gain and nothing to hide, and he was clearly enjoying watching Samantha squirm. She saw no reason to continue obliging him. Now, if you leave, you're dead forever. Sam, don't leave. Samantha didn't bother to look behind her to see if he was following. You work from home now, so not really at work. Oh, right, yeah, I did see that. He desperately wanted to continue enjoying his victory, and Samantha wasn't turning around to give it to him. Samantha. Oh, she went out the back. The back is safe. If you go out the front entrance, I think you're dead. Or like pass on to whatever. By calling out to her, it was practically an admission of defeat on his part. He needed her to see that he was victorious in order to enjoy the moment. A small, petty man obsessed with status. So obsessed that in the pursuit of it, he had given up the only remaining standing he had left. And so, Samantha couldn't resist succumbing to the same temptation. You've lost everything. The one you thought you could trust betrayed you, and no one will be around to avenge the betrayal. No one outside this place will ever know of it. I know of at least one person who will. Oh? Kiyoshi, did I ever say I was dead? Oh shit, she's not dead! Thanks for the tip about Nakamoto. I'm sure he'll... Oh, fuck yeah! He'll never believe how I found out about his identity. What was it he said to me? The dead can't talk? Maybe he needs to rethink that. She started to turn around. The one thing that stopped her was the look in his eye. The look of someone who was finally unhinged and realized that he had truly nothing left to lose. Not even his own dignity. It was the look of a man who was ready to fight. Samantha had spent 6 months working under the man she knew as Nakamoto, observing him as he did business with myriad parties. Before she thought she knew what it meant to see him angry in the moments when he flexed his power over his underlings. Before, I read that in the wrong tone. She thought she knew what a wrathful Nakamoto looked like. She realized now that the anger she'd seen from him previously was simply cold, calculated malice. This was rage. He came at her with a flailing, amateurish punch. His arms were longer than hers. She'd trained for this. Samantha drove her fist into his chest. Against a being of flesh and blood, this would be an instant knockout. But Nakamoto didn't even register the hit. Wow, the dead can hit the alive? Samantha watched as he lunged downward, his hands reaching toward her throat, waiting for the last possible moment to kick him away. Samantha heard an unpleasant crunch as his head bore the weight of his fall. A crunch, but no howl of pain. He was already up, his hand quickly erasing any sign that it had sustained the fall. You! It was only the inertia of her kick that had forced him back, and once he regained his footing, he came at her again. Samantha couldn't stop Nakamoto in hand-to-hand combat. Cafe's enchantments kept its customers' bodies intact as best it could. But, as with everything that stood in Samantha's way, she'd found a workaround. She drew her piece, a Pieta revolver with a wooden grip. Her gun's brass construction recalled an era when steel was scarce and superstition, and fear of ghosts was anything but. It was no coincidence then that the black powder weaponry of the 19th century was perfectly built for causing real, tangible harm to wayward spirits. She let out a yell and pushed the weapon into his chest, unloading the shot. By the time the 44 round passed through him, his body was already stitching itself back together. But the black powder from the gun's discharge remained inside of him. He howled in pain as his body tried to reconstitute itself around his fatal chest wound. His flesh was in a constant war of trying to warp itself to cover the hole and flinching away from the sulfur powder that was beginning to seep deeper and deeper into his body. How? Go, Samantha. Yeah, beat that tick. Yeah. Nakamoto. No. Kiyoshi. Did you think we met here by accident? Did you think I hadn't come prepared? No fucking way. She like planned for this? He tumbled to the ground and rolled over on his side, trying to get up on his one good leg. You styled yourself a prince of thieves. Huh. He fell to the ground in a slump, raised his one good arm and reached out to her like an animated corpse, trying to take the living with him. But now, you'll die like a dog. Goodbye, Kiyoshi. Go to hell. Just killing someone who's like already dead. I'm done. You need any materials extracted? Just my 44. I'm taking a commercial flight out. Why can't you just use standard equipment like the rest of us? Tell me which part of my job description includes the word standard. Maddie's just watching in the background. just doing that stare the whole time like... Do you want another gin? Abnormal jobs call for abnormal equipment. Life would be easier if you didn't have such specific taste in guns. Believe me, nothing about this is about my taste in guns. This thing is a brute of a weapon. Poor construction, nearly impossible to grip, and a recoil shield that's not worth a damn. It's the only gun that makes you feel like your hands are somehow too big and too small at the same time. It bucks like a motherfucker. It's single action, so you'd have to flip the hammer with every shot, and it was on the wrong side of one of the bloodiest wars in world history. I hate this gun. So why use it? It carries the stink of slave owners and sulfur with it everywhere it goes. I hate it. Spirits hate it even more. Like oil and water? More like a fatal allergic reaction. If you ever need to bring a walker to its knees, bring a black powder revolver. I think I'll leave that to you. Wow, so she knew the weakness of spirits as well. It's like black powder. I have some important information about the informant. Kiyoshi? Yes, but that's not his real name. I would have figured. Do you know where he is? Did someone get to him? What? He somehow vanished off our radar this morning. I was worried someone had taken him out. He disappeared? Yes. Did Nakamoto tell you anything about that? Ah, so he got away after all. Hello? No, everything went exactly as planned. Just needed to get rid of some dead wood. No, I'm working on something new. Rebuilding. Wow. That was just all a side story. Hydrate? Yeah, thank you. Alright, Devil's Den. That was just a side story. That's not even the game. I wonder if that was part of the like, they did a free update DLC for when they ported it to Switch. This is cool. The plot twist is amazing. Yeah, I might do the other side story. I think it's these two high school kids. I'll do that. That was really good. I like that. But it's like little short stories you can experience in like 45 minutes or something. That's cool. Where is Mitzi? I'm not too sure. I'm gonna go to the bathroom though and fill up my water bottle. So I'll check on her. So give me a second. Hello and welcome to my unboxing video. Got a big box here. I just cut it open, but I haven't looked inside yet. So let's have a look together, shall we? And see what I've purchased. You know me. I quite like the Ys series. So this is Ys related here in this box. And there are a few items in here. So first item I got is a sealed copy of Ys Origin DVD-ROM for Windows. So this was released not sure when this specific release came, but this is the pre-order box. So it comes with a visual book, thick case, and a full color manual. And it's still sealed. Next up, we have a sealed copy of Ys Origin DVD-ROM for Windows, the pre-order edition. So it comes with a visual book, thick case, and a full color manual. And it's factory sealed. It's fantastic. Also, in the box, I have a sealed copy of Ys Origin DVD-ROM for Windows, the pre-order bonus. So it comes with the visual book, the thick case, and a full color manual. And it's factory sealed. I also have East Origin DVD-ROM for Windows, the pre-order edition. So it comes with the visual book, the thick case, and a full color manual. Factory sealed. Anything else in here? Yeah. I have East Origin pre-order edition with the visual book, the thick case, and a full color playing manual. Factory sealed. Wow. I also have East Origin for DVD-ROM on Windows. Pre-order edition. It has the visual book, the thick case, and the full color manual. Factory sealed. There's not much left in here now. But I did get East Origin DVD-ROM for Windows. Factory sealed pre-order edition. It comes with the visual book, the thick case, and a full color manual. Almost there now. So I got East Origin. This is factory sealed pre-order edition. DVD-ROM for Windows. It comes with the visual book, the thick case, and a full color manual. So that was a good pickup. And then maybe the most exciting yet I'm saving is East Origin DVD-ROM factory sealed for Windows. Pre-order edition. It comes with the visual book, the thick case, and a full color manual. And to go with that, I also got East Origin factory sealed pre-order edition DVD-ROM Windows. It has the thick case, the visual book, and the playing manual. So that's a great one to add to the collection. Also in here is East Origin factory sealed pre-order edition DVD-ROM Windows. It has the visual book, the playing manual, and the thick case. As well as East Origin DVD-ROM Windows edition pre-order bonus factory sealed. And East Origin factory sealed DVD-ROM for Windows pre-order edition. And East Origin factory sealed pre-order edition DVD-ROM for Windows. As well as East Origin factory sealed DVD-ROM for Windows. That'll definitely slip right into the collection nicely. And last but not least is East Origin factory sealed pre-order edition DVD-ROM for Windows. And we'll balance that one right there on top. This is definitely the highlight of my purchase. And I think that is everything that I ordered. So thank you so much for tuning in to my unboxing. And I hope you enjoyed it. I'm definitely going to enjoy this one. It was the highlight. And I think also East Origin. I'm definitely going to have a lot of fun with that one. So thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next unboxing video. Have a nice day. Hello and welcome to my unboxing video. Got a big box here. I just cut it open, but I haven't looked inside yet. So let's have a look together, shall we? And see what I've purchased. You know me. I quite like the East series.
Looping.
So this is East related here in this box. And there are a few items in here. So first item.
Not meant to loop. Alright.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting. I I got a coffee. Yeah, I got too many. Honestly, like, if if I had them and I lived in the same country as people, postage would be like not too bad. I would just send them out. But from here, it costs a fair bit to post because I do not need that many copies. I want to just give them away. This is another side story in the game. I think this is from the Final Pour DLC. Or like, they did like a major update. So check this out. Sending to Japan's pricey. Yeah. I wonder how much it would cost for that. Like, I do it to Australia, and like something that size, probably at least like $30, $40. Where's Mitzi? Ah, she's under the kotatsu. Surprise, surprise. Oh wait, she must have moved when I was making a coffee. She's up here now. You can't see her, but she's in that basket there. Oh, you can kind of see that's as far as the cord goes on the camera. That little white lump there, that's her. Ugh. Oh, she's like shuffling around. She heard me talk about her. Yeah, cat tart goes all the way up to the ceiling. And it's like, it's right there. So oftentimes when she's not sleeping and she's just chilling out in it, she'll like sit and she just pokes her, oops. She pokes her head. She pokes her head over. She just watches me on the computer. Hey, Rain. How you doing? Alright, so this is side story number 2. I'm guessing it's another like 45-minute-ish. Hey, little guy. Wanna play? Fetch. Oh yeah, so it's like necromancy and stuff. This milk bottle, that little girl, Ashley, she made these. She transferred like the soul of living things into a milk bottle. There's a milk bottle, a beer bottle, and a box wine that Ashley, the little kid, transferred the soul into. I don't know what the soul's from. I think the beer bottle was a crab, it said. But yeah, Ashley's a strange little necromancer. Been lurking. This game looks really weird. You watch that whole side story. That was honestly, so far, highlight of the game. I fucking loved that. That was really cool. Maybe you'll have an easier time grabbing this. What else do we have here? He ran his hand along the shelf and found another object to throw. A flat, dull ring of metal. Catch! The bot took its prize and left. Oh, hey. She quickly broke eye contact, and her eyes started scanning the floor as if she was looking for something. Tuan, not wanting to bother the girl, turned back to the shelf. If you were watching when there was the porthole story, that's these two. She had clearly come upstairs looking for something, and it wasn't a conversation with him. Still, she seemed interesting, and he kind of wanted to talk to her. But again, she wasn't taking the initiative, so neither was he. Her attention was directed towards the floor, not him. So he was surprised to hear her voice again. Hey. Yeah? I was just wondering, did you happen to see a ring here? A ring? Like, oh, like a ring. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I took it off and left it here somewhere. No, I don't think I remember seeing a ring that looked like that. She hadn't actually described the ring to him, he realized. Are you sure? It's just a simple metal band. No fancy etchings or anything. A metal band? Not like a Metallica kind of metal band, but you know, like a piece of jewelry. Tuan suppressed an urge to get into a, well, actually, argument about heavy rock versus metal and which side of the divide Metallica fell on. What a fucking dork. You mean just a metal ring? Yes. I'm looking for a metal ring that actually looks like a metal ring. I don't know why I inserted the word actually there. Kind of like a washer, right? But smooth? I guess? Tuan's blood ran cold as he recalled the object he'd happily surrendered to the robot just minutes earlier. Yeah, I think I saw something like that. There was a, little bot up here playing with some metal objects just before. One of them looked kind of like a ring. Oh, great. Is it? Oh, you don't need to. It's no problem. I could swear it was right around here. It wasn't. Sorry, I think it may have run off with it. Oh, you don't need to apologize. I mean, it's not like it was your fault, right? Yeah, ha, ha. He mentally cringed at the way he said ha ha instead of laughing, like a normal person. Well, thanks for checking. I'm gonna go see if I can find that bot. It's me. I'm sorry? I mean, it's me that's going to help you find that ring. Oh, that's not really necessary. Tuan couldn't tell whether she simply didn't want to impose or whether she really thought she didn't need his help. He decided to shoot his shot. I've got nothing better to do, and I know this place pretty well. You're new here, right? Let me lend you my limited knowledge of how this cafe is laid out. If it's not an imposition, I'm happy to help. To be honest, she was imposing a little. Then again, this situation was mostly his fault. Well, cool. I appreciate it. I don't think I got your name, by the way. I'm Tuan. I'm Hannah. And it begins. Now, Tuan is definitely alive. Hannah, I don't know. I don't think they've actually specifically said. So does this ring of yours have any special significance? Special gift? Some kind of sentimental value? He hoped it wasn't. It's kind of a reminder of who I used to be. Back when I was going through my whole goth phase. I used to wear 10 rings every day, if you can believe it. Now I just have one. Hang on, goth phase? Yeah, you know, goth rings. It didn't last long though. Turns out going full goth is super expensive. I guess I was drawn to the idea back when I had a brief obsession with death. Also wrote a lot of really bad poetry. Pretty cringe, eh? It's not that cringe. Can't judge a person by their poetry. And I was never a goth, but I've been to a few emo concerts in my time. Sure, but you go to emo concerts, so I'm not sure you're a good judge of what's cringe or not. I mean, the lion's share of bad poetry is definitely written by teenagers. Speaking from experience, eh? You got any old Tumblr blogs I can look up? I bet you reblogged some real deep MCR gift sets. Jesus. Don't worry. I'm not actually going to try and find it. You've got plenty of chances to embarrass yourself in real life. Wonder if this side story is becoming a love story? Maybe. They're best friends, it seems like. Like, what we've seen of them so far, they're pretty new. They only came into the story like the last episode or whatever. But they seemed like pretty close friends. Keep the shameful posting hidden. Burn it if you must. I just don't think it's a bad thing to have written shitty poetry. The whole trying to find beauty in death thing feels pretty childish looking back. My emotions were turned up to 11 thanks to puberty. But I think there's more to it than that. I remember how it felt becoming an adult, but not being treated like one, still stuck in the kid-friendly version of life. If you live out in the suburbs, everything is so sanitized, it feels fake. And teens run in the opposite direction of what's fake. We embrace the darkest thing we can find, which tends to be death. I guess as teenagers, we don't usually have to confront death. I think they were 17 as well, it said. Tuan kept his voice low, out of respect for the other patrons. He knew enough about the cafe to understand that not everyone was here to have deep conversations about death. Maybe not most. I guess you could say I'm an exception. You want to ask a question, don't you? But you're not sure if you're allowed. That's a big assumption. Am I wrong? I'll take that as a yes. And I'll take your continued silence as further confirmation. I wonder if she is dead. Okay, you're not wrong. I just don't want to make you uncomfortable. The feeling's mutual. You're not sure you're allowed to ask, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell. You're definitely allowed to tell. Sorry, I don't mean to sound pushy. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. You don't have to treat it like a question that needs answering. Not a question, more an invitation. Right. Are you dead? My mum was diagnosed with leukemia when I was 13. My father, typically, vanished as soon as he found out. I spent the next year dealing with crippling abandonment issues, not to mention the constant dread. There was more to this story, Tuan could tell. But this was Hannah's story to share, if she wanted. That's heavy. Thanks for trusting me with it. It was a dark time. That stuff's all buried deep in the past now, never to be seen by anyone else ever again. Unless you count my old Tumblr, which I forgot the password to, so I guess that'll be out there forever. A monument to my shame. I think you can send a takedown request. The site has to honor it. They send a message to the blog, and if it doesn't respond, away it goes. I wasn't really looking for a solution to that problem. But your advice sounds pretty useful, actually. I might give it a shot. I'm really good at offering unsolicited assistance. For example, one time this girl came to me looking for a missing ring, and I told her I'd help her find it. Wow, cool. I hope the story ends with you actually helping her find it. I don't actually remember how the story ended. But I think the big plot twist happened when we decided to study the bookshelf. Like the bookshelf we're standing in front of? Just so. Can we stop now? I appreciate the commitment to the bit, but the ring's not here. The bookshelves had a few nooks and crannies a bot could hide in, or hide a ring in. Are you sure it's okay to move stuff around like that? It'll be fine, as long as you don't sneeze. Is it really that fragile? Oh yes. The shoebox ROG is not a plane known for its sturdiness. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I caught that. What's this thing called? The shoebox ROG, short for Rise Off Ground. It's a classic, capable of self-sustained indoor flight for up to 40 seconds. Don't tell me you know every model on these shelves. Nope, just the balsa wood airplanes. When did you become such an expert? Summer camp. I guess preteen boys just find that kind of stuff fascinating. I sure did, and I'll carry that obsession to the grave. And there I was, worried I'd missed out on something important by never going to summer camp. Actually, you kind of did. I'm sure that the physics of a rubber band powered aeroplane. No, I mean like the other stuff. I'm not a big fan of archery or netball either. Oh man, netball is the shit. I don't like sports that much. Netball though, that's a fucking sport. Only good sports for me, I think. Volleyball, badminton, netball. Trying to think of another one. If 10-pin bowling counts, that's pretty fun too. If ice skating counts, that's fun too. And like snowboarding. Extreme sports aside. Netball was fun. You really think people remember summer camp because they got to play with bows and arrows? I always figured learning how to fish or shoot an arrow was meant to be some kind of delightful experience. Sadly, it's something I never got to enjoy. The bows and arrows are probably the least interesting part of the archery station. Although Americans probably don't know what netball is, huh? It's not a big sport there. It's pretty big in Australia though. The fun part is going to the archery station during your free time and running into a friend and saying, "Hey, I haven't seen you since breakfast." Breakfast is a really important part of the summer camp experience, huh? Well, yeah, it kind of is. We're all sharing breakfast at the same time in the same hall. You get to see everyone. To think, I could have been inviting my friends to breakfast this whole time. If only we'd arranged to meet at an archery station. The arranging is the part that misses the magic. It's, serendipity. That's the good bit. You had to use Google to find out about netball because you'd never heard of it before. I thought so, yeah. It doesn't exist in America. Basketball is too big in America for netball to be a thing, I think. But basketball is also like super minor sport in Australia. It's probably like on par with netball. But I think in school, like with younger people, netball is probably more popular than basketball. But yeah, it's essentially basketball, but you can't move. And there's no backboard. That's pretty much it. I think the not like once you have the ball, you're stuck there. I really liked that aspect of it because I fucking I don't like running. Maybe that's why I liked it. Netball felt way more like, I don't know. I like volleyball, badminton, netball. They're all sports you can kind of like take your time more. It was like soccer and stuff. You're just constantly running and blah. No thanks. So you go to summer camp to have serendipitous encounters with your friends? No, I didn't know anyone the first time I went. Then how did you serendipitously, how many times is it going to make me say that word, encounter all of these friends? You kind of just make friends while you're there. Sounds like hard work starting from square one. Actually, it's not. Crammed all together at summer camp, you fall into friendships like it's natural. You meet loads of other kids, spend every waking moment with them, and then never see them again. And that's fun, knowing that you'll lose these friends when you eventually leave? Yeah. When you've only got a little time together, you really go all out making the most of that time. I've never been to a summer camp. Anyway, doesn't look like the ring's here either. Good news is there's still plenty more ground to cover. That's good news. I'd prefer it if our search radius were a bit smaller. It'd be worse if we didn't have more places to look, right? If it's not here, no need to keep digging around. You've never been either? Yeah. And in Australia, they're not really a thing. Not as big of a thing. You're the first person I've met who seems to see good in expiring relationships. I think part of me is afraid that all of mine are temporary. The opposite of that is much worse. For example, when someone new moves into your neighborhood, it's like, oh, we should have them for dinner sometime. Sometime is meant to be next week, but then it turns into next month, and you keep putting it off until eventually you've spent years living next door to people you know nothing about. There wasn't a sense of urgency to the relationship, so it never evolved past how do you do's, you know? Like, those people in your life who are always there, you take it for granted that they'll never leave and forget to enjoy the moments you have together. And then you wake up and they're gone. The best friendships I ever had were the ones with a built-in expiration date. You've thought about this a lot. Yeah, I guess I have. Is that why you enjoyed going to emo concerts? Sounds like a great opportunity to make a friend, spend a few hours with them, and then never see them again. It was kind of a one-time thing, really. I usually listen to music when I'm on my own. I still have the Fall Out Boy album I'd listen to every night while I cried into my pillow. Your 8 sucked. Hey, another Fall Out Boy fan, Lychee. The music was that bad, huh? The lyrics made me feel the pain and futility of my own existence. A lot of my early teenage years were filled with the sense that nothing meant anything. When I listened to that album, it felt like I was staring into the abyss. The music wasn't bad either. Oh, good. Because taking shots at Fall Out Boy is fighting words. But I'm still wondering, like, if the album made you feel like shit, why did you keep coming back to it? I actually enjoy burying my face in my pillowcase and loudly sobbing as I'm overwhelmed by a creeping feeling of existential angst. I get that some people enjoy a good cry from time to time, but I think you might enjoy existential angst a little too much. No, you misunderstand me. I said, I enjoy burying my face in my pillowcase and loudly sobbing as I'm overwhelmed by a creeping feeling of existential angst. That's the name of the 3rd track on the album. I genuinely can't tell if you're lying or not. Lying? Or simply bullshitting? We're going down in an earlier round. If I'm just trying to entertain, then it's not really lying. Maybe parody or satire, or plain old storytelling. Interesting choice by this guy. I think my favorite Fob song is Reinventing the Wheel to Run Myself Over. Satire doesn't work if it's indistinguishable from the truth. That title is an obvious exaggeration. I'd expect that from them. What if I told you my favorite song of theirs was actually I'm like a lawyer with the way I'm always trying to get you off? I'd assume you were trying to flirt with me because there is no way that's a real song. And you assume it's a flirting attempt. Why? Well, it's suggestive. If I had to describe it one word, I'd say it's lewd. And if I told you my favorite Fall Out Boy song was Bang the Doldrums? Crude. I've got a dark alley and a bad idea that says you should shut your mouth. Rude. This ain't a scene, it's an arms race. Feud. Oh, come on. Reinventing the Wheel. Please mention my favorite song. Our lawyers made us change the name of this song so we wouldn't get sued. Ah. Holy fuck. That was all a build up to that pun. Holy crap. Whoever made this game is a fucking nerd. Fall Out Boy nerd. Wow. Well, that's all there is to see of the mezzanine. No ring, no bot, so I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful. Don't be silly. You helped me check all the little nooks and crannies. And besides, you kept me company. Frustrated searching becomes a heck of a lot more enjoyable when you're hanging out with an alright guy. Huh. Nice. Could be, yeah. That's a solid theory. You gonna come with me? Or are we done looking for now? What if we... And hear me out here. What if we did not do that? And just looked from up here instead? I've done enough walking for now. You want to sit down? Nah, sitting's overrated. I'm really into leaning against things. It's the new hip thing. You're terrible. Yeah. This place is pretty cool. It's alright. Interesting crowd down there. All types. Which of course means we've got that one guy sporting the blazer hoodie combo. Like, hey, look at me, I'm so cool, but also super chill. Wow, you're one of those guys, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just dunk on your fashion paramour? Nah, those kinds of guys can be real douchebags. But what if he wasn't? He wouldn't be wearing the blazer hoodie combo? Oh no, the blazer hoodie combo is something he has a deep sentimental attachment to. His father left when he was young, leaving him only his grandfather to look up to as a father figure. When his grandfather tragically passed, Blazer Hoodie's older brother that took that place. He loved his older brother, who ran track and was the coolest jock in town. The blazer was all he had left of his grandfather, and the hoodie was his brother's last gift before heading interstate for uni. But his brother was killed in a sudden car compactor accident that winter, and he never came home from uni. So whenever our boy finds himself feeling lonely, he puts on his grandpa's blazer and his brother's hoodie, and he goes out to drink to their memory. Have you been waiting to use that this whole time? Nah. I just like to think about people's inner lives. It's what I do on the tram. When everyone else is buried in their phones, I'm people watching. Damn. The only way I can get myself out of the house is by telling myself, nobody's watching, nobody cares, they're all in their own little worlds. And you? You've ruined my day, you brigand. I'll never walk free again. They don't see you. They see whatever they want to project onto you. That guy down there? Maybe he is just a douchebag. All we have are our theories. And those reveal more about us than anyone else, don't you think? I've never thought a day in my life, and I don't intend on starting now. Clearly. Look, it's easy to play on stereotypes saying, that guy dresses like a wanker. But where's the fun in that? People aren't always what they seem. I like coming up with dark and fuck, this game reveals how little English words I can actually read.
Macabre.
Macabre? I would not have read that as macabre.
Macabre.
Macabre. I like coming up with dark and macabre backstories. Just the worst stuff. Alright, now what does it mean? Disturbing because concerned with or causing a fear of death. Okay, so it's like grim, ghastly, deathly fear. English is hard. Yep. How is that macabre? That must be like from French or a different language. Darker than the one you just told? Yeah, but don't worry about it. Come on, you wanna? No, I'm not going to. Sorry, it's one of my rules. Some people find healing in sharing dark thoughts, but I don't think I'm great at gauging what's good for me when sharing. I end up oversharing, and then I spiral and spiral until I'm in a bad place. So, no stories for tonight. Are you wondering? I just knocked my phone down, sorry. Why is my camera all framey? I don't understand. No, that was just me. I went to cross my legs and my knee hit my table and it shook it all. And fell down. Oh. I'm not too framey. Just my preview looks really bad. But whatever. Are you wondering if you should tell? Because I think we're at the point where you shouldn't have to wait for me to ask. My rule isn't to protect the audience. It's to protect me. And buddy, we're still at the point where there are still questions I'm not going to answer. That doesn't mean I'm bothered by you asking. I mean, there are always going to be topics that aren't on the table. But you won't know until you ask. That's a good way to look at it. And here I was, worried I'd ruin the mood. I've never shied from a somber mood. A mood getting dark and serious doesn't mean it's ruined. After all, some people like it dark. Yourself included? Hey, you can't have light without darkness, right? Sounds like a Fall Out Boy lyric to me. Good thinking, though. That's why I start every day with my hands in the toaster. The rest of the day feels amazing after that. I grew up north of Brisbane. Do you know what the weather is like there? Nope. But I do know that I like talking about the weather to get away from unpleasant topics. It's downright tropical. Not a bad day in sight. Good weather all year round. Stormy days don't exist for the purposes of this conversation. But some days it'd be bloody gorgeous out, and I'd go for a walk and see nobody out, just a total ghost town. Sounds like a lame place to live. Yeah, kinda. Thing is, without bad weather, there are no good days. Every day is the same. It's boring. But here in Melbourne, nobody squanders a good day. After winter, we're clawing at the walls for a hint of sunshine. And that's your case for dark and melancholy conversation. I mean, if everything's at a 10, it might as well be at a 1. There's no scale. I think I'd be perfectly fine if I only ever saw the happy parts. It's a contradiction, isn't it? The people most obsessed with finding happiness always seem to be the most unhappy. Well, duh. They're so obsessed with pursuing happiness because they themselves don't have it. The opposite of happy isn't sad. I think it's emptiness, or a general lack of feeling. Oh, fuck me. You know, comfortably numb. Like, clinical depression isn't just about being miserable all the time. You're not in a constant state of sadness, more like a constant state of nothing. Here we go. Speaking from experience? That's a personal question. And I was hoping for a personal answer. You don't get to wax philosophical about your emotions, then suddenly clam up when I'm the one asking you about them. A medical condition goes a little beyond the realm of talking about emotions. Let's just say that I'm no longer medicated for clinical depression. No longer as in you were at one point? Yes, that was my extremely subtle implication. Great. Let's dance around the subject. I love that. Why make it easy? You really love talking, huh? Is that a complaint? Not at all. It's just, you don't come across as quite so outgoing. I wasn't always. What you're seeing are the results of an extensive, self-inflicted deprogramming effort. That's funny. I guess I can kind of see it, but I didn't want to assume given that you're... It's okay. You can say Asian. If you're trying to deduce my childhood based on stereotypes of second-generation Asian kids, you're not far off. Growing up in a household where being well-behaved was synonymous with being quiet and out of the way, you tend to end up pretty meek. Where'd they go? Huh. When you talked about Asian parents, I was thinking more about, like, academic achievement. Oh, you're not there either. Like many immigrant parents, they want their son to be more successful than they are. But my mother was an MD, and my father was an OD, and I'm still not quite sure what's supposed to be another level above that. Oof, sorry about your dad. No, Doctor of Optometry. It was a big disappointment to my mother's parents, who were hoping their daughter would go for an ophthalmologist instead. Wow, that's embarrassing. I know it sounds like I'm joking, but my family is the strictest of the strict. Like, graduate second in your class, then have your mother tell you at graduation that you could have been first if you'd hit the books a bit harder level strict. Dang. Walking talking stereotypes, how dare they? My mum never dropped that shit on me. On our drives to her chemotherapy. Woof. I can't beat that. What, you mean you don't want to spend the day dwelling on the worst moments of your life? Come on, dredging up childhood traumas is everyone's favorite hobby. Ouch, yeah. Where's your sense of the... I just looked up how to say this word. Where's your sense of the macabre? There we go, I got it. Which means fear of death. And deathly, grim things. Usually, I have to pay to dredge up my childhood traumas with someone. Alright, I accept cash, card, and signed photos of Brendan Urie. Oh my fucking god. Alternatively, we can just talk about happy things instead. How do you like cats? All cats are bastards. Agreed. So much for happy thoughts. But they are happy thoughts. Cats may hate me, and I may hate them. But I like looking at them. That's probably my spiciest take. Tuan was enjoying the easy rapport he'd found with Hannah, something rare and precious. But with that thought came the sudden sense of panic at the idea of losing this feeling, of losing... Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Felt a bit uneasy on my feet there for a second. This place kinda does a number on you. You can say that again. This place kinda does a number on you. It was a lie. The anxiety in his chest, clawing at his lungs, wasn't an affliction brought on by his presence in the cafe. His fear of loss made him just like the rest of the patrons. I'm sorry I've wasted so much of your time. What? You don't have to apologize for that. If you're spending my time, then I guess I'm spending yours too. And for a moment, the two said nothing, simply enjoying each other's company. Hey, are you? Shush. Can you hear it? Hear it? He was about to ask if she was dead. Is this your ring? That's the one. Great. Guess we're done here then. Yeah, great. I'll, see you around. Sure, see you around. Tuan watched her go, regretting how quickly he'd dismissed her. His mind raced, searching for an excuse to call her back and continue their conversation. Was he meant to yell something like, "Hey, you've got spaghetti on your sweater"? With every step she took, the warmth in him faded, until she was gone and he was left empty and cold. Damn it. Oh, is that? Oh, no, it's not over. Tuan loved darts. People were hard to understand, but a dartboard was simple. Circles and squares, and a sharp little missile thrown bare, handed by him, a self-proclaimed dartist. He'd honed his skills on school nights, while his parents were too engrossed in their work to pay attention to him. It was a relatively quiet game when played skillfully, so it never made enough sound to draw their ire. What had started as a distraction was now a secret love. Secret, because what self-respecting teenager played darts? But he was not a self-respecting teenager. Not in the slightest. Yo. Hey, I haven't seen you since breakfast. Oh, hey. You know, that would only make sense if we'd actually had breakfast together, right? Shut up. You some kind of chain-smoking darts hustler? I wish. So you're not going to teach me how to play? Nah, I'm really not any good. Dude, you just hit 2 bullseyes in a row. Yeah, that's the problem. Each segment of the board is worth a different number of points. You start with a fixed number of points, usually 501 or 301, and then you throw darts and deduct the amounts from your number. The trick is... Wow, all my interest is gone, instantly. How'd you get so good at that? Practice. That's the full extent of my darts knowledge anyway, so you're not missing out on anything. And besides, there are far more interesting things around here than this dartboard. More interesting than a dartboard? This day just gets better and better. Then follow me. Where are we off to? What is it they say? Show, don't tell. Where are you off to? This isn't our final destination. I have something cooler to show you. If you're talking about what's at the end of that catwalk, I've been there before. I came in that way, actually. The catwalk's not interesting. Then where are you going? Going down. You think you're funny? Often. But you know when you just want to eject yourself from a conversation? When you find yourself in a social situation that you can't wait to get out of? Wow, rude. No. I never get the chance to make those big grand exits that I'm always dreaming about. Sometimes you just gotta seize the moment, or whatever. You'd rather make a dramatic exit than keep talking? I allow myself to do it sometimes, as a treat. So now what? Making a grand exit wasn't the only reason I jumped down here. Oh, so that stunt wasn't the main attraction? You wanted something interesting. I'm just trying to deliver. You can jump down. I don't have the feet of an athlete. Bend your knees when you land. It'll soften the landing. The impact force will travel from your feet through to your hip bone. You're real eloquent when you've got a captive audience, aren't you? Yes, young cricket. Don't lock your knees. The more you say, the less inclination I have to listen. You talk in paragraphs. Whatever. Hup. My method works. Oh, what's this little guy doing here? These are the little wait bots that make up for the lack of employees in the cafe. They're all different. I love it. Do you think it climbed down here on its own? It's not outside the realm of possibility. I wouldn't bother it. Try and stop me. We probably shouldn't mess with it. You sure? Someone probably left it here for a reason. Now they're gonna come looking for it and find out that someone booped it. How would you feel if you were booped by a giant fleshy creature? What? I'm just saying, this is a weird spot to find a robot. It might have been put here to do a specific job. I think it's bored. Can we take it with us? I really think we shouldn't. Fine. Is this what you wanted to show me? Nah, this is still the journey. Oh, cool. We'll get there soon enough. Is it safe for us to be down here? Does it matter? We're young, indestructible. What? Because we're young, we have to take risks? If the danger exists, I simply close my eyes and pretend not to see it. But for real though, I don't think there's anything down here that hasn't already been stripped for parts. So we probably won't trip into a giant shredder or anything. Or be crushed by giant bouncing logs. If I see one coming, I will pretend that I don't, so you can enjoy the surprise. You're so thoughtful. Last one there's a rotten egg. You don't even know where we're going. Watch your step, you don't want to trip. Didn't you just say something about ignoring danger? I mean, I'm not an idiot. Could have fooled me. Rude. Actually, given the amount of jagged, rusty metal I'm seeing around here, we should probably be at least a little careful. Hannah? Oh, jeez. What are you doing up there? Be careful. Looks safe to me. You never know what could be unstable or ready to collapse. Ha! I just look in the mirror for that. Okay, but for real. Why'd you bring me here if you were just gonna chaperone me to death? We're not at our final destination yet. Oh? Then what are we hanging around here for? She wouldn't even jump down that first little platform and now she's fucking doing like acrobatics? Jagged, rusty metal. Tetanus, probably. It's not going to poke through your shoes, hopefully, but try not to land on it with your face. Noted. Am I being too much? I should note at this point I'm very bad at evaluating risk. Wow, really? Shouldn't have followed you down here. I'm going to have double tetanus by the time we leave. Not aiming for triple tetanus? I try to keep my expectations modest. Is this it? Yep, this is it. If this is meant to be more interesting, I have bad news for you. This hallway tells its own story. Well, it's too dark to read. There's just nothing happening here. Why hasn't anyone taken the time to make this place nicer? Maybe the interior designer was into rustic industrial. There's no accounting for taste. What a cop-out. There's no accounting for tastes? Hey, the human mind is complex. How am I supposed to know? The human mind is complex. Okay, Einstein. Well, actually, Einstein was primarily a physicist, not a neuroscientist. Wow, you must kill at parties. Yeah, chicks dig me. I guess I can see it. Careful. Don't hurt yourself. Do I look like someone who's worried about hurting himself? You're looking more like one of those tour guides who has to walk backwards everywhere. They're not known for being prone to accidents, are they? Hey, you never know. I had this friend who was touring uni campuses. His guide was so distracted by walking and talking that he toppled right into a fountain. And what's more? This dickhead. Don't say you told me so. I shouldn't laugh, but, well, here I am, laughing at you. Great job, little buddy. Can I pet this one? Yeah, I guess. Ah-ya! Why did you do that? Why did I do what? Tell me it was okay to pet him. I thought you wanted to pet him. Yeah, I wanted to, but I wasn't asking for your permission. Huh? You just seemed really bothered when I said not to touch them. The other times, I mean. I didn't need your permission. I was asking your opinion, you know, since you seem to be such an expert on this place. Like, hey, any risk associated with what I'm about to do? Help me make an informed decision? So imagine my utter shock when I actually listen to you for once and literally get bitten for my troubles. I'm sorry. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. I didn't want to disappoint you by saying it would be a bad idea. Stop being a coward. Tell me what you think, not what you think I want to hear. I'm sorry. You're forgiven. But that little milk bottle shit isn't, pinching bastard. Hey, that little milk bottle shit tripped me first. Yeah, and it was hilarious. Well, I hope you've at least learned the dangers of backwards walking and talking. I have, but how about you? Definitely not. Ladies and Hannah, we've reached the final stop of this nondescript hallway. Huh? Yeah, I'm not too sure myself. You really gonna keep saying nondescript, Mr. Doesn't Own a Thesaurus? Dull, sterile, boring, boom. There's no better adjective, in my nondescript opinion. Ever read any Lovecraft? Half his monsters were so scary that his narrators couldn't describe them. He really took the easy route with that one. Who did? Lovecraft. Wait, that was his real name? Yeah. No wonder he was like that. What else would a guy with that name be known for? Crafting? Love. You got me. They emerged into a storeroom, shelves stacked with dusty jars full of mysterious glowing liquids. Hannah wondered briefly if any of their contents were edible. Huh? Why are these all the way out here? Try reading the labels. I can't read whatever language that is. It's Latin. Casual flex there, smarty pants. I have an ad hoc understanding of Latin words, phrases, etc. I'm gonna kick your ass. And you would be well justified in doing so. How long were you holding on to that hilarious Latin joke for? Since I read it on the internet? I wanted to understand the lyrics of One Winged Angel, so I was doing a bit of research. Latin nerds love their wordplay. Can you actually read any of these labels? None of them say Sephiroth, so no. All I can tell you is that if you see Memento Mori, you probably shouldn't drink it. Is that the Latin word for poison? Remember your mortality. Oh, I'm very aware of my mortality, thanks. So why the obsession with this particular song? It's from a video game. One you played with your friends? Nah, single player. I'm not good at connecting with my peers. And I thought we were connecting pretty well. You think we're peers? Because it appears you're out of my league. Oh, shucks. It's true. 3 cheers for low standards. Hannah's eyes sparkled when she laughed, and for once, Tuan struggled to feel anything but warm. Yo, check out that one. I told you already, I can't read it. Yeah, but look at it. Looks like there's something trapped inside. Creepy. Should we do something about it? Why are you asking me? Oh my goodness. Whatever's in it wants to get out. I'm not sure it's a good idea to mess with this stuff. What if it's a genie or something? Oh no. Is that the sound of impending litigation? I guess I can't stop you either way. Thank you. A warm glow suffused them both, then in a heartbeat, was gone. Did you hear that? I think so. Do you think we did something we shouldn't have? We? 2 hands touched that jar, and they were both yours. You were at least an accomplice. I get the feeling we unleashed something. I got that impression as well. Was it a mistake? It was going to shatter on the ground anyway. I don't really think we changed the outcome of the situation. Well, even if we did set an evil spirit free, I'm glad we came here. Navi! Hey! Hey, Lisa! I'm glad we came here too. You ever get that feeling like you've already committed to a decision, but you're not sure yet if it'll lead to something great or something painful? Are we still talking about the jar? Yes, definitely. Let's get a move on. Sure, our final destination is right through here. Tuan's heartbeat thundered in his ears. Afraid of heights? I think it's perfectly natural to be a bit spooked when confronted with something that could be lethal. Lethal? Nothing to be afraid of. Scared me for a sec there, hotshot. Oh yeah? He felt an absence when she withdrew her hand. When I thought to myself, I hope is falling for me, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. Ooh! But like, that doesn't seem pleasant. The fall, I mean. Why jump if you don't have to? The gut-wrenching fear only lasts a few seconds. You get used to it. I can only imagine. What I want to know is why you felt compelled to do it in the first place. I just wanted to feel something. Sometimes horror movies just aren't enough. I get it. Yeah, it's just, you know, like I said earlier, better to feel something than nothing sometimes. Is that downtown? I think so. But I don't really catch the train into town that often. I don't recognize anything specific, but the Yarra's there, so the rest of the city must be too. Reckon anyone can see us from down there? Dunno. The city looks so different from up here. Yeah. It feels lived in. Most cities do. That's why they're cities. People live there. But some cities just seem sterile, you know? Housing estates and golf courses and toll roads on a grid. Everyone commuting to their office job in a skyscraper that's the same as all the other ones. This one's pretty to look at. Is it safe to sit there? Look, if I can step off this platform, it would be crazy for me to be shy about letting my legs dangle over the edge. Sitting here like this reminded Tuan of being 7 and swinging his legs daringly over a balcony's edge with his friends. They got yelled at for it because it was dangerous, but the association stuck. It had been a long time since it felt so carefree. At a glance, Melbourne's sprawl seemed vivid and meticulously detailed, but the more he tried to pick out individual features, the more his vision blurred. From up here, everything ran together like unmixed paint. Everything was just an indistinct part of a larger whole. I thought I'd be able to see my house from here, but I can't. Actually, I can't recognize anything. I know it's Melbourne, but it feels like a dream. Do you think we're dreaming? I think I might be. You could be a figment of my imagination. Ha! I was thinking it was the other way around. I suppose it's all about perspective. Considering how many dreams end with the sensation of falling, this is certainly an appropriate place for it to end. I don't really want it to. Me neither. If you just brought me here for us to stare longingly into each other's eyes, we could have stayed down in the cafe. I'm just enjoying the view. Very funny. So when are you going to hurry up and make a move? What took you so long? Far easier to say something clever than to say something sincere. I lied to you earlier. About what? Remember when I told you about my mum's leukemia diagnosis? How I was 13 years old and my dad left us because of it? Yeah, I remember. It wasn't the whole truth. She wasn't the one who got the diagnosis. She is dead. Whoa, my camera is like... What the heck is going on? Everything is like really laggy. Not sure why. GPU usage is up to 100% for some reason. Hydrate. Whoa, what the heck is happening? Hold on a second. This game's using so much of my memory. What the heck? Will it save here though? I don't think it... I don't know if you can save it anywhere. What will it say? Return to this title screen? It's gonna quit because my computer's like melting for some reason. There we go, that's back down. And give me a sec, I'm gonna go to the bathroom quickly. Let the game be closed for a bit and then try and relaunch it. Just a sec. Hello and welcome back to Eastheads, the show where people like the video game series East. Today we're going to be reading an excerpt. I think that's how you say that word. Excerpt. Expert? No, not expert. Today we're going to read a piece from Is 1 by Maeda Hideki. Hello. I'm Adol, said Adol. If you're following along, turn the page. Hi. I'm Dogi, said Dogi. Turn the page. Is. Turn the page. Wow. Monsters, said Adol. Hey, Adol, said Dogi. Yes, Dogi, said Adol. There are monsters, said Dogi. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for on today's episode of, what did I call it? East Lovers. I think that's... Stay tuned for next time when we continue our riveting adventure as we discover the wonders and beauty of the world of East. Back to you in the chair.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why it was melting it like that. Or how long it had been melting it for. Like doing nothing. My graphics card's up to like 70% usage. I don't know what's happening. Hold on. OBS. I think it's OBS chewing through it for some reason. Oh, oh, what the oh, what is happening? Uh, 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 oh, it's back. I don't know what the heck that was. Hmm. See what happens. Wonder where it will continue. Hopefully right where I was. Let's see. Oh, pretty much. Alright, I lied to you earlier. About what? Remember when I told you about my mum's leukemia diagnosis? How I was 13 years old and my dad left us because of it? Yeah, I remember. It wasn't the whole truth. She wasn't the one who got the diagnosis. This hair isn't mine. 6 months of chemo wasn't kind to me. I felt like a fraud every time I wore someone else's hair, so I bought this from a costume shop. If I was gonna lie to the world about having hair, it might as well be something dazzling. Can you say something? Please? I guess it's not a surprise. You only make fun of people when it's trivial stuff. When you started cracking wise about cancer, I started getting the inkling that it wasn't about someone else. That obvious, huh? Not at first. How is it now? It's a little better. But I feel I've gotten to know you well enough by now. What are we at? Yeah, it's still like chewing graphics card. I don't know what's up with this game. You interrupted something. Yeah. I was going to... I know. If you still want to, Sorry. Mood's dead. My fault. Need to reset the scene. How about we go for a walk? I think that'd help. As the last vestiges of the terminal faded into the distance, Tuan realized they were entering a world of their own construction. There were no rules here. They were well and truly free from everything else. He didn't know what they were walking towards, but in the end, did it really even matter? For a fleeting moment, Tuan felt oddly at peace despite everything. Hannah had trusted him with her true self. But with affirmation came fear. Fear of what came next, of the moment after that, and the one after that. He closed his eyes, suddenly finding it hard to breathe. Hannah's gentle touch on his back pulled him back into reality. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just an anxiety attack. Don't worry about me. Just? Was it the height from sitting on the edge? No, they never happen when I'm there. Never. It's only when everything's fine, when everything's safe. Because when everything's good, I know it only takes one bad moment to bring the whole house of cards crashing down. Was it what I said before? Not what you said. What I didn't say. What didn't you say? I knew. I've known cosplayers. I can recognize a good wig. You knew? Yes. I would have had the courage to keep talking to you otherwise. The best friendships I ever had were the ones with a built-in expiration date. Yeah. Okay. I think I get it now. Jesus Christ. All Tuan saw in her eyes was betrayal. Fuck me, that's grim. Fuck off, pumpkin. Penis to you too. Is that what I am to you? A girl with an expiration date? It's not you. It's me. I'm so used to people being transient in my life. It wasn't so scary to talk to you if... I'm sorry. I brought you here because I wanted to feel normal for just one night. I wanted that too. To leave everything behind and feel normal, even if only for a few hours. And I did. Thank you. Hannah. Tuan felt them teetering on the brink of something. What was she feeling? The same dread? The same longing? Tuan felt Hannah shaking in his arms, hot tears soaking through the fabric of his shirt. But not just her tears. He realized he was crying with her. Tuan wished a train would pull up to the platform to whisk them away, so they'd never have to return home. He knew Hannah felt the same way, but that's not how life worked. Are you ready? As long as it's with you. Just don't let go. Hannah's fingers dug into his skin in the first terrifying seconds. He couldn't blame her. Upside down, falling like a rock toward the center of Melbourne, Tuan saw something new in Hannah's eyes. It seemed as though the wind had stolen their words, leaving only silence. They walked in lockstep, each dragging their feet. I don't think we can walk any slower. Try me. I can do this all day. You came out tonight looking for something very specific. Yeah. I'm not sure that's me. I think it might be. But if it's not, I guess I'm okay with that too. I told you to fuck off. At first glance, Tuan had thought the shelves of jars were just thrown together afterthoughts, nothing more than a forgotten mess. But now he realized that each jar seemed perfectly created for its contents, as if they were made for each other. Hannah seemed far away, perhaps also thinking of the jars, or perhaps of something else entirely. You think I'm carrying around a lot of pain, don't you? Hard not to, after all this. But it's not you. I've been thinking about myself. Yeah, and they almost kissed twice. I assumed you were carrying a lot of pain. Not because you did anything to make me think that. It's just easier to cope when I assume everyone else is going through the same stuff as I am. That said, I reckon I've figured something out about you. You like me. No way. I thought this hand-holding business was strictly platonic. I want my money back. I just gave you a new piece of information, you dingus. What did you expect me to do, some flowery, I like you anyway speech? Because that's not really my thing. You've got baggage. That's part of who I am. You don't get to pick and choose. And that's okay. I like you. I like all of you, Hannah. Every little thing that's ever happened to you has shaped you into the person standing next to me. And I really, really like that person. You're right. I don't get to pick and choose. So when I say I like all of you, I want you to know that I mean it. You're not the first person who's ever told me something like that before. But you're the first person I've believed. The worst way to lie to someone is to tell them what you think they want to hear. Yeah, you get it. You were right. Love story. Maybe the saddest. Are you ready to do this? I'm ready. As long as you're doing it with me. Then don't let go. Tuan waited for the moment he knew was coming, for Hannah's form to fade, as all spirits did upon leaving the terminal. But the moment never came. And there she was, on the other side, her warm fingers intertwined with his. Are you? I'm still here. I go in for my last round of chemo tomorrow. So you're gonna hurry up and kiss me already? Oh my god. So she's not dead. Damn. It's hard to tell who's alive or dead. I know. Oh my god. That was fucking... That was grim. He assumed she was dead from the start. It's the only reason he kept talking to her. And then, oh god, that was bizarre. Woo! She never said she was dead. She just said that she was the one that had the leukemia. Then he walked with her through the passage to the afterlife, thinking she's gonna disappear and she's still there. What a fucking move. Alright, back to the main story. Hopefully the computer lasts. I don't know. Like, does it look really bad? It's hard to tell. The GPU is down a bit now. But everything, like my preview is like got a 5-second delay to it. It never has that. Day 2, 10 p.m. The terminal. So that everything I've done so far in these 3 hours hasn't been the game. Hasn't been the main game. That was a 3-hour break from the main story. Hello? Ah, what was that? I said, can I get 2 lattes? Yeah, sure thing. So this guy is the old owner of the cafe. He is a 200-plus-year-old necromancer alchemist. But he handed over ownership to the cafe to Maddie, the one with the glasses. You want those takeaway or not? For here, please. Go take a seat. I'll bring it over. Ah, crap. You right, mate? Yeah, all good. I should really get Ashley to do this. Sorry, what? Nothing. Just talking to myself. Alright. Where's the broom? Ashley, where's the broom? Ashley? I need a hand. Come help me. Come on. I've got to find a broom. We got sidetracked with the side quest. Yeah. Atta girl. The side quests are amazing. Those two, I really liked them. Are any of your friends around? Probably. Wow. When did you teach them to do that? I didn't. That one's just weird. Uh-huh. How you doing, kiddo? Sleep deprivation's kicking in. Sometimes I feel like nobody ever sleeps in this cafe. Except Kishan. Heh. He's slept a lot while he's been here, hasn't he? It's because you keep getting him drunk. What? I haven't done that once. Not you. I mean, you. So not me at all, but Maddie and Ned. Gotcha. Those brigands. You're telling me. How's Maddie doing? Well... Phew. How close are we to being done? Fairly close. I'm not super worried about getting it done without Ashley either. Rad. This guy's dead. He was the first dead person we met. But he's already overstayed his 24 hours because he doesn't want to pass on. Anyway, what were you saying? Oh, I think I understand everything now. And? That's all. Well, I appreciate your restraint in not generously supplying me with your moral take on it. Huh. No worries. Don't want to be that guy. Dang. I'm actually going to miss you once you're gone. Wow. Are there some honest feelings coming from you? Don't thy icy facade crack. The correct word there is dost. And please, don't make me take it back. Huh. I guess you really got into the whole boatman of the river Styx thing, huh? Is that what you think I am? Kind of, yeah. Interesting. Do you not feel that way? I don't know if the metaphor is that accurate, but I can see why you draw parallels, but this place serves more as an entrance. You don't have to come here on your way to the next place, but it's on the route for sure. Just a stopping point on the highway to hell. I'm sorry, we don't allow AC/DC references in here anymore. Well, I tried. We're less on a highway and more just, an embouchure to the... oh my god. I don't know. Read those words yourself. What the fuck? If you want to get real fancy with the wording, that is. An entrance to heaven? Very roughly speaking, yeah. But, hell, I haven't seen the other side, so I can't even say that for sure. I'm fairly certain there's something there, though, which, I don't know. I can take comfort in that, I guess. Oh, and speaking of comfort, how are you feeling? Like every particle in my body is slowly moving away from every other particle in my body. That was rather eloquent. What use is feeling pain if you can't find a fun way to describe it? 11 PM, day 2. My head frickin' hurts. It sucks and stuff. I keep telling you, the painkillers will take effect in a few minutes. I'm not gonna stop yelling about it until they do. You know, some philosophers believe that experiencing pain is one of the best ways to make sure you know you're alive. That sounds fake. Which philosophers? Famous ones? Oh my gosh, you're actually just making it up. Possibly. You could have said it better. Say that some famous singer said it instead. Cross that generational gap. You gotta appeal to the kids. I feel like every time I do that, I just end up looking like one of those old guys who's afraid of wide-ranging societal shifts. I mean, you are old. I'm not. You're like 6,000 years old. You gotta give me this one. Fine. How's your head feeling? It still sucks. How about we go grab a drink and go sit outside? It's nice and cool out there. Do I have to? Yep. How are you feeling now? Better, marginally. Come on, I'm sure the drink isn't hurting. What even is this? I put 6 sugars in it. Aw, you know me so well. So, how are things at home? Meh. What's that translate to in old people language? Things are normal, I guess. Mum's nearly done with her PhD. That sounds good. It is, probably. But she's pretty busy, so that means we're stuck eating microwave dinners at night. Ah, explains why you barely left this place since last week. I mean, I'd be here anyway. True. You did ask her, right? What, if I could be here? Yeah, don't want to invoke her wrath, do I? She doesn't worry about me being here. You remember when she talked to Maddie about liquor licensing laws, right? Huh, I think it was more of a lecture than a conversation. After all, Maddie wasn't doing anything wrong aside from letting you hang around after hours. I'm still amazed that Maddie didn't just tell her that we're not technically subject to the regulations since we're not registered with anyone but the council. She made the right choice. That would have been an ugly argument. But anyway, she's fine with me being here. She's got my mobile number, and as long as I respond to her check-ins, she's not going to come and get me. Good. I wouldn't want to worry her. Ah, wonderful. Ugh. Hmm? My arm will get wet. Ah, don't worry about it. We can dry it off inside. Just try and enjoy the rain. Okay. I was joking about the fake philosophy earlier, but I really do think it is important to take a moment to enjoy things when you can. Rain can feel oppressive. It can stop you from going outside, doing the things you enjoy. But there's nothing like the smell of rain before sunrise. Petrichor? Yeah, it's faintly magical. Did I ever tell you that? Only about 100 times. Haha. I can hear it 101 times. It's okay. Ah. I'm bad at reading tone on the spot. Alright, I'm actually getting kind of wet. Let's head in. So given the fact that I am very obviously a dork with a bleeding heart, it's definitely safe to assume that I've let people other than you stay longer than they're technically allowed. You're so emotionally repressed that I never could have guessed. It's actually impressive. Well, you know, we all have our ways of coping with persistent extreme stress. Millennial things. Yep. But yes, I do understand how you feel. The separation, the difficulty keeping your thoughts together, the base level feeling that something's slightly askew, and the fact, not the feeling, that your time is up. Never loved facts. Me neither. Honestly, I think it feels like having a cold, just without any of the physical symptoms. I guess that description works too. It's not quite as compelling as the one about your particles being repulsive though. Oh, that's definitely not what I meant by that one, isn't it? It's about time. I can't believe I created these beautiful creatures, and you turn them into dumb waiters. Alas, such is life. They gotta pay rent somehow, considering how many cups they drop. That's a feature, not a bug. It's to make them seem more alive. You've taught them to intentionally drop coffee cups in the name of verisimilitude? Maybe? I'm gonna get Maddie to start ordering cheaper cups. See? I'm promoting efficiency in our procurement cycles. I hate whoever gave you that management book. I'm sensing some hostility. Do I need to talk to HR? Who's our human resources manager? I'm sure it's very good at its job, just not at bussing coffee. Ah, Maddie wants us downstairs. Oh, I suppose she's done setting up. I'm glad she was able to do it without me. Gosh, so proud. Told her everything I know. You are a gremlin, you know that? Of course. Shall we? She is human. She has a prosthetic arm. Just a prosthetic arm. But she's also a necromancer. Day 3, midnight basement. It's too bloody damp down here. I know we're underground, but I don't suppose there are any windows we could open. There's a ventilation duct in here somewhere. Maddie, mind opening it up? Get some fresh air circulating? Other end's blocked right now. There's a dumpster sitting on top of it. You'll have to grin and bear it. Can we hurry this up? We've done this before, old man. You know it takes a while to set up. I don't appreciate your tone. Sorry. At the very least, can we turn some lights on? With all the crap you've got scattered around the place, I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Ashley, would you mind? Oh, Ned's here. That's Ned, the guy with the mask looking thing. He's from the Council of Death. Thanks. You're more organized than last time, I see. Practice makes perfect. Hey, Maddie. How much more wire do we need? I think that's enough. Great. Now, Che? What's up, little P? I found you a chair. Ah, thank you. So, this whole thing, surely it's not legal, yeah? Yes, the council found it confronting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order, mate. It's not just bureaucracy. Shush you. Most rules can be bent after all. And Maddie has a particular fascination with breaking rules. Hey, don't give her all the credit. Bah. Is this related to her gambling for time? Yes. So, the transfer was the same sort of magic we're doing now, yes. The council successfully suppressed all available information about it, though. For good reason. What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you don't tend to mess it up more than once. Or try it again after you fail, for that matter. What do you even call this sort of magic, then? Question's irrelevant, because it's banned. Extremely cool? That's what I call it. Well, by definition, it's a conduit ritual. But hey, we're among friends, so we can call it what it really is. Necromancy. All those hours are in this tree. Why did you hoard the hours here instead of using them to pay off your debt? Why would I use them to pay off a debt if I could use them to save a life instead? Oh shit. Alright. How can I help? Will the subject please step forward? Council Gazette. We regret to inform you of the passing of Che Wu, a beloved fixture in the Australian alchemical community and owner of the terminal. As an innovator in alchemy and material spellcraft, and as a friend to anyone and everyone who walked through his doors, he will be missed. You ready to do this again? Sure. Try not to kill me this time. Cool. Ashley, let's do this. Ready when you are. I hate this. You have reservations? It's unnatural to store hours in a non-sentient being like that. It can still feel pain, and this is a very painful process for everyone involved. Yeah? Yeah. Guess it's time for us to watch the show. Let's see how badly this can go wrong. Yay. Calcination. Solution. Separation. Conjunction. Putrefaction. Congelation. Cibation. Sublimation. Fermentation. Exaltation. Multiplication. Projection. Conjunction. Good enough. Ashley, everything's nominal on my end. We're looking good, so let's get started. Increase power to 80%. Cibation. Holding steady. Cool, next segment, activating. How are we doing? It's going fine. Conjunction's about halfway open. Just concentrate. A, D, or P. What are they trying to do? She can take people's time and give it to other people. So what she's been doing is running an illegal time gambling ring, stealing people's time and storing that time in these tree roots around. And now I think she's trying to transfer all that time into Che here, who's sitting down. I think. How you doing, DOP? Hey, we need more power. Yep, ramping it up. I don't know if this will melt our conduits though. Oh crap. Yep, our conduits are definitely melting. Ashley, language. Fuck. Bypass it. I can patch the wires, but I don't know what else I can do that now. On it. How close are we to finishing the libation? We're about 90%. Shit. Shit. Are we gonna try again? I think I have to reinforce the wires and that'll fix it. Yes. We're gonna keep going until we make it through. Do or die. Reset then and start again. You just saw Spider-Man? Oh, sick. Did you like it? Ah, not again. Just a couple seconds more. And you've got it. Yes. Beginning sublimation. You got this, Maddie. What's next? We've opened the connection. Now all I've got to do is transfer the time. How are you feeling, Che? I don't know. Che? No. Okay, we won't stop. We've gotten this far. I'm not giving up now, damn it. Maddie? I can't hold on to it. It's slipping out of my fingers. Energy levels are dropping again. See if you can keep it going for just a few more moments. Rerouting. Yeah, I haven't heard anyone say like negative things about it yet. We could try it again. I don't plan on stopping. I think the conduit's only going to last one more go. Then it's kaput. And maybe you're kaput too. I don't know. Shit. Alright, Ashley. Take your position again. We'll get it this time. Stop. Just stop. No, I've nearly got it, I swear. You're not going to bring me back. No. I've humored this enough. You've done your best, but this task is beyond you. I need to move on. And it's time to make your peace with this instead of trying to pervert the natural course of things. Oh, okay. So he's dead. She's trying to reanimate him, like bring him back to life through necromancy. You never asked me if I wanted to stay. You just made the choice for me and hurt yourself and everyone around you in the process. Let me leave. Well, my stomach's gone ham. Might have to grab a bite to eat. I think this is an episode swap. Yeah, it is. I'll take a break after this. I drew these faces, by the way. Jacoby, you're a goddamn bin chicken is what you are. What? This beer bottle's meant to be... This is a self-portrait I drew myself. That's pumpkin, obviously. And I don't know what the milk bottle is. What? No way. Crabs don't eat sushi or garbage. You don't know that. Does Maddie have a crush on him? I don't know about that. I think it's more like, I don't know, like a father figure kind of thing. Yeah, well, you know, what does eat sushi and garbage? Otherwise known as the Australian bin chicken. We find that term offensive. We're actually white ibises. Aha! Ha! Incriminated yourself there. I'd expect nothing less from a bin chicken. Damn it. Okay, so moving on. Classic misdirection. No, seriously, did you two see what happened back there? Yeah, that was rough. And yes, that thing with the ritual was also tough to watch. You weren't here when Che died, but... I remember. They just behaved like nothing had happened. Oh? My impression was that neither of them had ever remotely considered the possibility of failure. You eat sushi and garbage? Idiots. Yes, but we're only here because of them, so we should be respectful. Seems to me like nobody in this cafe really seems to think things through. Yep. This place has a weird effect on people. Too much magic in the air, maybe? Who knows? Will they be okay? I don't know how I'd forgive something like that. Being kept here against my will while my very essence breaks down. A possum? Oh, the raging fucking possum. I see. It makes sense now. That is what I believe kids these days call a party foul. Bin chickens are seagulls, by the way. That's what we call seagulls. Bin chickens. Honestly, I don't know. I think Maddie probably has some self-reflection to do. Boom. Okay, that's episode 5 done. Possums play dead, you play dead. Pair of saps, aren't we? Is there another side story that unlocked? Oh, no, not this time. Alright, I'm gonna make a quick sandwich. Because somebody at the door played dead. I get that. Which is fantastic, like the postal service here. Because you can just schedule the time for them to arrive. How is my voice coming through delayed? It seems like it is. But nothing I can do to fix it at this point. So what I do is I'm trying to like hide my mouth behind the filter because I think it's coming through delayed. Clap my hands in front of the camera. I think my mic auto cuts out sounds like that. I'll try a deep clap. Super delayed? Yeah, I thought so. So I'm just like... If I hide it by the filter, it doesn't matter so much. But I'm going to grab a bite to eat. I'll try restarting my camera in the meantime. But yeah, bathroom break. Make a quick sandwich. Be right back. Hey, Gexy. Perfect timing, then I'll play yours. Be right back, dude. Hello, and welcome to Mimvid Attenborough's Natural Curiosities, where today we'll be taking an in-depth look at the gecko, particularly Gex.
Gex, listen up. Keep your watch on at all times so I can call you.
Gex's eyes are 350 times more sensitive to light than the human eye.
Shouldn't you be on a can of tuna?
Gex is able to produce various sounds for communication, such as barks, chirps, clicks, and asking people to fucking try this thing on a controller and then see who's winning.
I dare you all to try do it on a controller.
I was about to say.
Dare to just plug in a fucking keyboard.
No.
My big, strong Gexy has done it again. Love those bulging biceps.
Did you know the smallest gecko species is less than 2 centimeters in length? But never fear, potential partners. For one thing our Gex definitely does not lack is length.
You laughing at me? So you think I'm funny? I entertain you?
Most species of gecko don't have eyelids, so they use their tongues to clean their eyes. Now, I want you to imagine for a second using your own tongue to clean your eye. Now imagine Gex's tongue cleaning you.
Gex, quit clowning around and get me out of here.
Geckos can live a long, long time. In captivity, a well-tended gecko can live between 10 to 20 years. And in bed, a well-tended Gex can last as long as you need him to.
As I was saying, Extra, my love, it's tail time.
Come here, you silly gecko. Come, you silly gecko.
I want you to picture for a second licking your own tongue. Fuck. So they use their tongue to clean them. Fuck. To grace this planet. Fuck. That goes by the name fuck. Various sounds for communication. No, I'm gonna do that again. To use fuck. Gexes are able fuck. Is under 2 centimeters. Fuck. Gex is able to detach their tail and regrow them. And by tail, I mean penis. Come here, you silly gecko. Come here, you silly gecko. Alright, let's see if this does anything. Oh! Oh! Yeah. Hello. Hello. Oh, that looks better. That looks better. Welcome back. What do I yell? Disaster or passion? Yes. Disaster. I go with DOP because we already have disaster. Like D's nuts disaster. Chalupa disaster. Archie disaster. So I go with DOP. But I got I think I made too much. This is a little silly. I was like, yeah, I'll just use up all the bread I got. But it's a fair bit of bread. Oh, the perfect song. Is that seaweed? No, just like a mixed salad lettuce. I don't know how good seaweed would be in a sandwich, actually. I've never tried it. Could have made some onigiri maybe. But I had bread to use up. Nori lasts for a long time, but bread goes stale very quickly. Especially bread here. They sell bread so strangely here. They only sell like little cubes. Japanese bread loaf. This is how you buy bread here. You like the max you can. It's always the same size. And the max I've ever seen is 8 slices. This is 6, so it's a little thicker. But it's like this much of bread. It's all you can buy. And for some reason, it goes stale like so quickly. Nothing like American bread. When I was in America, you buy a loaf of bread, I feel like it lasts so long. I don't know what they do, what they put in it. But Japanese bread, the date on them is always like 2 days after you buy it. 6 slices for a loaf, yeah. It's pretty much like, unless you go to a bakery or you buy like a unless you're buying something like this, if you just your normal like shokupan only comes in little cubes. It's tiny. And sometimes like really thick like this. Like it's the same size. It's always the same cube. And then every brand will sell like an 8 slice, a 6 slice, and a 5 slice version. And some of them do 3 slices. So imagine this same size, but only cut into 3. The toast is like, the bread is like so thick. But that really thick bread it's good for like, it's good having like French toast with really thick bread. And you can buy crustless bread as well, which is such a shame. And crusts are like my favorite part. Yeah, like this. Oh, in a soup? Yeah. Thick bread in a soup. You can buy bread like this as well. This is how it comes. Two separate packs like this. MK's listening to Pokemon music. Oh, it's just a lo-fi mix. You have your favorite bread store, but you can only get them if they're in the farmer's market in your area, or you're passing by one of their stores. Is it a famous one? Oh, like this. Like, look how thick that bread is. for French toast. It's so good. Their bread goes moldy if you don't finish it in after a week. I think that's how bread should be. Like, that's such a good sign. You know? American bread scared me. Like, when I lived there, if I forgot I had some and accidentally, like, left it in the pantry and I didn't know, notice it like 2 months later, it still looks like bread. It looks completely fine. How? How? Oh my god, sourdoughs. Oh my god, I love sourdough. I used to bake my own sourdough. It's amazing. About the only thing that I cook. Like, I like cooking, but I don't think I'm a good cook. The only thing I would like happily serve someone is my sourdough bread. I think I nailed that. I guess it's not hard to bake bread. Like other things I cook, it's like I think it's fine. But I wouldn't like proudly serve it to anyone. I'm okay at pizza as well. But I think that's just because of the dough again. I can cook a dough. Oh, have you ever watched? I watched this all yesterday. I forgot the title. What was it called? Ah, Alice. Have you ever watched Alice in Borderland? MK recommended it to me. Or to everyone. It's pretty good. You heard of it but didn't watch it? Yeah, MK was like, you have to watch it. It's like, it's better than Squid Games. I think Squid Games was, I enjoyed Squid Games more. They both go for different, the central theme on both I think is quite different. And Alice in Borderland, I think it will get a lot better in the second season. Squid Game felt complete. Alice in Borderland, it seemed to wait till like episode 6 until it like really started getting interesting for me. They started going to like character, like it shows characters' backstories and more things like that. I love that shit. That's why I like Squid Game a lot, because you learn so much about the characters and their interactions with each other were fantastic as well. Whereas Alice, felt more like felt more focused on the action part of it at the start. Also, there's a dynamic between Squid Games where people are semi-voluntarily entering the games, you know? And they have a choice, like everyone votes to forfeit, and they know why they're there and things like that. Alice in Borderland, though, it's just they have no choice. They're forced. So I think I preferred that of Squid Games as well. Like, think, like, why people are there. But it's definitely good. I really liked it. And it's like 8 episodes. I don't know, I finished it all in a day, pretty much. Oh. I missed the message. You need to check out the boba shop that also sells Asian bakery goods because they sell Japanese style bread. Oh. I wonder if you can get the little cube loaves. But that would be a waste. Japan has good bread. Their sliced bread is not the good stuff. It's all their like their sweets and stuff is fantastic. Or like yakisoba pan or like curry. Oh. Ooh, matcha tiramisu. That sounds amazing. Hey, Takers. Mitzi's up there. You can see her ear. She says hello too. Oh, look. Look at that. She reacted. that poor dangling over. That was her little wave to you. How you doing, Takers? Popping in though sounds like you're busy, so don't let me waste your time. Nah. Nah. I did when it first launched. I got to like I think adventure rank 20, what was I, 28 or 29? And then stopped. And then I didn't. I started when I saw King like building a house. I was like, okay, I'll get back in and try building a house. But I lasted about 10 minutes and I was like, I think I'm done with Genshin. You're doing alright? I'm doing great, thanks. Just having a sandwich break. I'm basically just reading a book today, and it takes it out of me. You've got a free minute or two. I appreciate you spending your only free minute or two with me. Mashup of Genshin and Squid Game. You gonna stick around the rest and wait till tomorrow? Genshin Squid Game. My overwhelming charisma and charm. Oh wow, there's heaps. Is it these ones? Still at the old place? Damn. I recommend this. This is really interesting. 200 players simulate civilization on Minecraft Island. This is fun. This is the kind of like Minecraft content I'd love to be able to do. Ah, I also recommend this. Mimcraft Season 1 recap. It's fantastic. What's the first episode? Like right now? Alright. Wait, how long was it? Oh, it's only a minute? Alright, may as well. While I drink. This server must be big? Yeah, very big. Super interesting video.
どうしたの？え、クレイ。
一体どこから。
Is this all done with in-game footage?
형, 아참 등뒤에 숨으면 움직이지 않아.
悪くない。
What's in their teapot? That's amazing. How'd they get all those angles and stuff? Wow.
Fly me to the moon.
Yeah, far out. I'm far from that good. I'll check out the others later. Okay. So now we're in the necromancy room. Should have a couple of new stories. Unlocked. Beth 3. Ah, but neither of you saw Beth 1 and 2. Yeah. Big dong. It's because he's carrying that big dong. I don't know if he can run. It's too much weight to carry. So there's 3 here. I'll do that one. Beth 3. Beth 3 will wait though. It's only the 3. Alright, let's do cherished moments. Let's open this book. Alright, storytelling time. Let's see how long my camera stays in sync this time. I don't know why, for some reason, this game just melts my computer. It's bizarre. What are you doing? Said Ned. Ned's the guy with the mask that works for the Council of Death. Chase spoke without turning his head. Chase, the 200-year-old guy that died, that they're trying to bring back to life through necromancy. Looking at that wall over there. But Ned and Che have been friends for a long time. So, nothing. No, said Che. I'm looking at the wall over there. So, nothing. The wall has an interesting texture, said Che. Have you ever noticed that if you stop and stare at something for long enough, it starts to just look like itself? I think you're talking crazy, said Ned. When I was younger, I was in the habit of making comparisons, said Che. I'd see a cloud and say, oh, it looks like a duck, when it looked nothing like a duck. My mind wanted so desperately to connect that feeling of seeing a cloud to something I was familiar with. Now, I'm content to just look at a cloud and appreciate it for what it is. Fuck, I didn't see what Ned said. You're actually scrutinizing that wall. Not scrutinizing it, said Che, just observing it and appreciating it. How did you get to be this way? Said Ned. Why are you the way you are now? Che shrugged. I realized at a certain point that I might as well cherish every moment. I don't understand you, said Ned. I thought cherish every moment was about spending time with your loved ones, getting the most out of your life, not wasting away staring at a wall. You're right, you don't understand me, said Che. If the only moments you can cherish are the ones you're with friends or family, or hearing a great song, or having a great meal, that's just cherishing the precious moments. You're selectively choosing moments to cherish. I mean to cherish every moment. Standing in line at the store? Cherish it. Alone in a room with no one but yourself for company? Cherish it. That sounds impossible, said Ned. It's hard, not impossible, said Che, but it gets easier when you practice. I'm not sure whether to pity you or envy you, said Ned. There you go again, said Che, always trying to make the comparison. Looking at another person and considering whether to pity them because they're worse off than you, or envy you because they're better off. Never willing to just let them be what they are, and let yourself be what you are. Okay, now you're starting to sound profound. Che grinned. Did I accidentally deliver a bit of cognate wisdom there? You might have, said Ned. I think if there's anyone who ought to appreciate what I'm saying, it's you, said Che. You probably know better than most folks that not every day can be full of wonderful moments. Some days are just ordinary. Some days you've got little beyond your own thoughts for company. I guess I'm such good friends with my own thoughts that I forgot they were there, said Ned. Ned slumped next to Che. What are you doing? Said Che. I'm going to stare at this wall until it starts looking like itself, said Ned. There you go again, said Che. Looking at something with an expectation of what it's going to look like. You've got to let go of that, man. Fuck! Now you've got me thinking about my own brain. This is like one of those things where someone tells you not to think of an elephant, and then it becomes impossible not to. I wasn't kidding when I said it was hard, said Che. I also wasn't kidding when I said it gets easier with practice. Well then, said Ned. I guess I may as well start now. Interesting. I think that's... yeah. It's interesting to think about. Fucking impossible, I think, for me. Not hard. Not impossible, but hard. Che came down the stairs and noticed that Kashan is the first dead dude that we met. That's overstaying his death visa thing. Noticed that Kashan was still seated at the counter, staring into a glass of something. It was a mixed drink of some kind, but it didn't look like coffee to Che. You mind company? Said Che, leaning on the seat next to Kashan. By all means, said Kashan. I don't see anyone else using that seat. Well, you might have been using it, said Che, as a buffer. I'm not looking for conversation, said Kashan, but I'm not really looking to avoid it either. That makes two of us, said Che. He leaned across the counter and reached down, locating a cup and a bottle purely by touch from a familiar nook in the bar. He poured himself a finger of whiskey, just enough to warm his tongue. Kashan continued staring into his own drink, his expression unwavering. Che shrugged and sampled his own drink, feeling the warmth of the drink as the whiskey spread across his tongue and trickled down his throat. He set the glass down. The next few moments passed in silence as Kashan continued staring into his own glass and Che absently turned his empty glass on the counter. Kashan finally broke the silence. If you're waiting for me to finish off this drink so you can offer me some of whatever that is, you might be waiting a long time, said Kashan. I wouldn't offer you this, said Che. It's a special bottle. Older than I am. Something like that ought to be kept in private, don't you think? Said Kishan. Che shrugged. I have no problem letting people sample it if they want. This bottle has a way of never running empty. But a whiskey like this, you don't get it just by sitting there passively. You have to at least take the step of asking for it. Because it only gives when people are expecting to get. If I offer, it won't work. It sounds like you have a bottle that is in the business of feeling people's subconscious prophecies, said Kishan. That does seem to be the case, said Che. I try not to think about it. Bad juju. Juju? Is that a real thing here? As real a thing here as it is anywhere, said Che. Kishan looked contemplative for a moment. If the bottle is in the business of fulfilling people's expectations, what happens if I expect you to pour me a drink and find the bottle empty? Don't, said Che, cutting him off. Don't even get me thinking about it. Because if I start thinking about it, it might happen. I've got a good thing going here. Don't jinx it. Alright, said Kishan. Sorry if I messed with your mojo, or juju, or whatever it is. I didn't mean to break anything. It's not as fragile as that, said Che. This isn't the first time I've had this conversation. Just why play with fire if you don't have to, you know? I think I will have some of that whiskey, said Kishan. Lord knows I'm not making any progress with this. He looked at the drink in front of him and pushed it aside. Che smiled and reached behind the counter for another glass, pouring a single finger for Kishan. Kishan took a sip. That's smooth, he said. I know, said Che. They don't make them like they used to. Well, they do, but they'll take a few more decades to get there. Kishan cleared his throat and started coughing. He pounded his chest with his fist and let out a wheeze before settling down. You alright? Said Che. Yeah, said Kishan. I think I'm alright. Whatever rut Kishan had been in when he sat down, he seemed to be out of it by now. There was something about that dry whiskey that had a way of catching people's throats by surprise, and there was something about a coughing fit had a way of getting butterflies out of the stomach. Maybe it wasn't much, but it was something. Che smiled as he put away the bottle, giving it an affectionate pat as he set it down. It's me! One less case of post-mortem depression in the world. It's me with my bottle slaps. You gotta spank that bad boy. Hey King, story time? Hell yeah. Lubricating the throat constantly. You missed the best story though. There's like a side story in this game. Legit, like, fuck. Oh. Just that side story, like 10 out of 10. I loved it. How you doing, King? Did you just wake up? How late were you up on fucking 7 days last night? Who wants to live forever? You've been awake for a while? Special machines acting up again. You're not chaos or disaster. Maddie sighed. Why does it have to be like this? It doesn't have to be like this, said Che. You're right, said Maddie. It wasn't always like this. If you travel back in time far enough, you'll find an era when we had a working espresso machine. And if you travel even further back, you'll get to a time when espresso machines didn't exist, said Che. Maddie reached below the counter for the bottle of Chardonnay she had opened that morning. You did stay up hella late. It was half empty. Or 7 a.m.? Was the sun up? Is this the prelude to one of those moments where an old man tells me about how lucky we are to have things so easy? Nah, said Che. Things aren't easier. In fact, they're harder. That's why you need all the modern technology to help deal with them. Che nodded to the wine bottle in Maddie's hand. So you're gonna offer me some of that, or just keep squeezing its neck like you're trying to choke it? Maddie began pouring a drink for Che. So what were things like back in the old days? Well, for one thing, we didn't need glasses back then. Glasses are not a new invention, old man. I've seen pictures of Benjamin Franklin. Well, yeah, we had glasses back then, but we didn't use them. We drank straight from the bottle. Ha ha. No, really, said Che. Glasses are just one more thing to keep track of. One more thing to clean. It's much easier to just pass a bottle back and forth. That may be the case, said Maddie, but I'm sure our patrons appreciate the extra effort that goes into making sure they're always drinking from clean glasses. I'm sure they do, said Che. That's another thing that's changed. Everyone's a connoisseur of whatever they're drinking. Is that you finger wagging about how young people all have particular tastes? No, said Che. At least I don't think it is. I guess people are all enjoying the present moment more. Back when we drank sock juice, you were just doing whatever it took to get that stimulant into your bloodstream. The sun was up. Oh, you did day 21? Barely survived. Gosh. How long is it? Like, how long did he set a day to take now? Ditto for most depressants. Do I want to know what sock juice is? Said Maddie. Because I'm fairly certain I don't. We didn't have coffee filters back then, said Che, so you'd use a sock instead. Don't worry, we always used clean socks whenever they were available. Maddie closed her eyes, looking physically ill. You were saying something about people enjoying the present moment, before that thoroughly awful digression about how you made coffee. 2-hour days, 90 minutes daytime, 30 minutes night. God. That's why I just can't play that game anymore, because it's just one more day. Just one more day. And then I'll go to bed. It's fucking 2 hours. It's like, oh shit, what have I done? Yeah, said Che. I know there's this stereotype about how in modern society, no one is ever really present. But if anything, I feel like it's the other way around. Nowadays, people are all about enjoying the present moment. People used to be way more obsessed with where they were going. As in, where they were migrating to? In a manner of speaking, said Che. Let's just say that I'm amazed how few people these days come in here asking questions about heaven and hell. 100 years ago, if you caught someone on their way out of this world, the first thing they wanted to know was, which place is this? And after they found out they were on a temporary stop to the next place, they'd want to know where it was they were going. There's still plenty of that, said Maddie. Yeah, but a lot less of it, said Che. And you know, I don't think it was a case of people's priorities suddenly changing once they found themselves standing on the precipice. There were people who used to describe themselves as God-fearing. It was just a part of life. And now it's not. He shrugged. I guess people found more important things to worry about. There wasn't a lot going on back then. He took a sip of Chardonnay. How's my league games? Chaos played ranked after it and got pissed his first game, but won his second. He's in Iron? Oh my god. They were fine. He listened, eventually. He was playing Swain. It was me and him bot, and he was Swain. And he just stayed like 300 meters behind me the whole fucking game. And I said, walk up, come up with me. Come up with, just stand next to me or in front of me. And he starts W on Swain, like the long range fucking slow thing. Starts at level 1. I'm like, next game, do not fucking do that. It's pointless. Next game, levels up W in the fountain. Third game though, he finally listened to me. We started E. He stood in front of me. He was using the bushes. He was popping off for about 10 minutes, and then he reverted back to just... He was just playing behind me the whole game. I have no fucking clue. You need to like tell him something 20 times. Every time you tell him, yep. That's his response. Okay, yep. Oh man. Even after I went off, he joined the chat with you. God, it's like describing all his games to you while you're just doing something else. For us pot together, always going in whether we're winning or losing. Yeah, we both play like 10 meters ahead of each other until we're just like a diving tower. It's fun. Chaos has walk back syndrome. Anything happens, he just clicks behind. Oh fuck, he's
Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to the sweat god himself, the primordial originator, the person whose sweat created the universe. Everything in existence came from his sweat. Chaos Killer 15.
Morning, Chaos. How are you? How you doing? Yeah, you do. Wait. I guess people found more important things to worry about. There wasn't a lot going on back then. He took a ship of Chardonnay. Good thing I'm going to live forever. Worried you'd go to hell? Hell yes, said Chick. I've done way too much sinning to ever make it into heaven. You've done more good ill for the world. You've done more good than ill for the world, said Maddie. I'm pretty sure that balances it out. You probably have a positive balance. Nah, said Che. I don't think it works like that. I'm pretty sure I'm just a bad person who happens to do good things most of the time. Well, it might not be good enough for heaven, but it's good enough for me, said Maddie. So I guess it is a good thing that you're going to live forever. Yeah, well, when you're talking about someone and then that someone appears, you just stop talking about them. Right? Because then you're not talking about them, you're talking to them. This game's first person? In the bits between episodes, yeah. So each, like, what, episode? Chapter? There's a sprint button too. Woohoo! Yeah, in between episodes, this is like your hub. And all these words are like little short stories. But this here, you could talk to these two and it was a whole side story that lasted like an hour. Fucking... Woof. Very sad one. Edge of Tears, that one. That wasn't the best one. Fucking this one here. Oh, this was amazing. These two. Whew. I loved it. Sprint button, you're gonna get chased sometime in this game. We're not a physical being though, we're just moving around a camera. I don't think we exist. If we exist, that would be an interesting twist actually. We're actually someone that's dead, like overstaying their visa or something. I never actually thought that the camera would... I don't know. Should have just not said anything, then you could have just listed in. Yeah, you kind of spoiled it. Yeah. Oh, God. There's seriously no hope for you now, huh? Don't stay too back. This is on you. There's no question. You are a failure. The council's going to take the cafe away from you. And you should have seen this all coming. Episode 7. Ghost. Day 3, 7 a.m. The terminal. This never gets old. You know, I wondered for a long time how I would feel if I never got old. And then I tried it out. And I got old anyway. There's probably a moral in that story somewhere. When did we ever have time for morals anyway? You're a hellion, you know that? It's weird to think that you used to just be a mild-mannered student. I was just better at biting my tongue. Ha. If anything, I just hope that I was able to make your life a little more interesting. We've had a pretty good run, mate. I don't want you to feel like I wasted my time on you. Or that having you in my life hasn't been an absolute bloody privilege. Can we do this later? Of course. I reckon I see someone walking over. Can you get the machine ready? Yeah. No voice dialogue in this game. No wonder I'm losing my voice. Yeah, it's none. and it's literally a novel. Let's make some fucking coffee. Here you go. Again, sorry for the wait. Thanks. If it were anywhere else, I'd just not come back. But the beans. And I promise it won't happen again. Thanks for your patience. How long was I staring at the wall? 15 minutes by my reckoning. What the hell? I came inside from sweeping up the front and just saw you staring blankly into your mug while that customer was just standing there. They were being very patient. I have no idea how that happened. I feel terrible? It's no biggie. Like you told me the other day, our roasts are iconic enough that we can afford to get away with stuff like that once in a while. Well, yeah, but the context of that conversation was when we'd just fought off dozens of ashlings that didn't believe us. When we told them we weren't stray pieces of cutlery. Yeah, we probably shouldn't let that happen again. Trust me, it's not on the agenda. But like I was saying, people love this place. Even if they sometimes have to wait 15 minutes for the barista to stop hyper-focusing on her coffee. Yeah, I don't know. That isn't meant to happen. How long have you been awake? I think maybe 3 days? Good lord. That's bad. Yeah? I'm honestly amazed you're not seeing things. Oh, I'm hallucinating hardcore. No worries there. Also, I keep seeing faces in coffees. They saying anything interesting? Nothing but echoes of my internal monologue. More espresso equals less depresso. I'm sure it's a fun time. It's a blast. At least your hands don't need to be too steady to make coffee. See, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Shush. It's an amazing face. Anyway, speaking of coffee, you should make some. I'm already like 15 shots deep, man. I think I'll die if I have any more. No, Maddie. I'm saying you have a job to do. Sorry, I feel like you're trying to lead me into some sort of conclusion here, but for the customer, right here, who I assume is wanting a coffee. Oh, shit. My bad. Haven't slept for... What can we get you? 1 latte, 1 soy flat white. Sure thing. Feel free to take a seat. We'll bring them over. Man. Yep. 15 shots though? Really? Because just saying, at some point, you're gonna hit a lethal dose. I have some insane tolerance happening here. I think. I hope. Right. Well, I reject your right to make a complete idiot out of yourself and die in the process. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't. Ha! I can't believe everyone's gonna know me as the person who killed her boss in a botched necromancy attempt. You know? That's hella street rep right there. Council's gonna be too afraid of me to screw with me. Don't think they're gonna be too intimidated by you, fortunately. Damn it. Let's not worry about them for now, though. What should I worry about instead? Nothing? Buddy. I tried. Hey, actually, where's Ashley? Sleeping upstairs. We're not gonna get much out of her for a few hours at least. And Kashan's gone off somewhere in the terminal with Ned. They're around. Somewhere. Good that Ashley's getting some sleep, though. Imagine if you did that. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Uh-huh. But also, she's okay, right? Yep. Just needs some rest and maybe a few days of tampering off caffeine. Oh, she's gonna be cranky. As a mule. Well, I have that to look forward to. I'm sure it'll be plenty of fun. What can we get you? What roasts do you have today? Ah, let me see. We've got your standards. Espresso, Italian, city. No, I'm looking for something fancy. Fancy, you say? What do you have in mind? I don't know. Something new, different, special, artisanal. Psst, Maddie. What? In English, that word translates to artisanal. Thanks. Anytime, mate. We've got a pretty nice house roast that you might like. The beans are sourced from a faraway land, enchanted with subtle magics. What land? Tell me. They're from Brisbane. What else? I'll give you our secret blend if you stop holding up the line. Ah, I'll take it. Go sit down, I'll bring it over to you. What were you gonna give him? I was just gonna take a blowtorch to some espresso beans. Come on, Maddie. What? Don't be ridiculous. I don't know what you mean. I mean that it's a waste of time for you to do that when you've got people to serve. Ah. Be right back. $10:45. Fuck, so Kishan's like 48 hours over his stay now. God, you weren't kidding. This is awful. Brisbane's this game set in Australia. Yeah, it's set in Melbourne. It's made by people from Melbourne. Yeah, this is a Melbourne cafe in the afterlife. In the real city as well. There's a character from Brisbane, and they were talking about how shit it is. How are you able to drink that without your entire face crumbling into dust? It's so dry that it'd give Antarctica a run for its money. Antarctica is a desert, technically. Shut up. Heh. I find it drinkable because it reminds me of good times. What? It's thoroughly shithouse. It reminds me of lost loves. Also, everyone's dead. That's why it's called Necrobarista. Not everyone. He's dead. He is dead now. He was immortal or immune to aging, but she killed him by mistake. So this cafe is like the passage to the afterlife. So when you die, there are various like stop points around the world that you can spend your last 24 hours on Earth in before you travel on. And this is just one of them. But it's also a physical cafe in a city. So real people can come in as well. So you don't know who's dead or who's alive. And that whole twist was that whole, like, if they're dead or alive. They used it so well in one of the side stories that fucked me up. Took me for a fucking ride. Made me sad. It's well done. But yeah, and she's the owner now. The dude was the old owner of the cafe, but she since killed him. And we just tried some necromancy to bring him back alive, but it failed. So she has to say goodbye to him, which she does not want to do. I think this is the final chapter as well. She is alive, yeah, she's a real human. She's not some like ultimate aging thing either. I think she's only like 25 or something. What's sadness? Sorry, hit you in the feels. It's very worrying to me that this concentrated bin juice reminds you of a relationship. Oh, I've told you about her. Wait, you're not talking about... Yep, the fugitive. The one who I took in for a few months. I thought you liked her. I did. The taste reminds me of her because it's smoky. Like licking a freaking tailpipe. And has vague hints of iron. I have concerns, Che. Never thought I'd have a succubus drop by, to be honest. Wait, you never told me she was a succubus, didn't I? Well, I suppose it would have been inappropriate to mention that in front of Ashley. Oh yeah, her head would definitely explode. But yes, she was a succubus. I wouldn't have ever expected a cute demon to crash at my bar, but ended up having a wonderful, if short-lived, relationship. That's actually really sweet. Heh, yeah. Still weird that the coffee reminds you of her. But I've heard weirder things. If I explained it to you, your head would explode too. Well, you mentioned tailpipes. Man, this guy got his fuckity fuck on with a succubus. Well, that's my break time over. Time to get back to work, running a cafe doing barista things. I'm gonna go perform some barista-related activities, and you are welcome to join me, I guess. He's previously talked about it. Like a demon, an actual demon came here looking for refuge, and it like breaks all kinds of... There's a council of death that monitors people's time and stuff. Breaks the laws of that, but he sheltered her for 3 months. I wasn't sure why, but it's just revealed it was a succubus, so that was just all for the fuckity fucks. I get it now. Here's just a horn bag. Don't forget to water the plants. Water them yourself. It's your job. For the suck. That's right. Oh? Oh, that was a short episode. Are we seriously here just so we can be part of a robot fight club? For real? Is this why I was raised from the dead and sealed in a metal shell? Is that the only reason? Guys, I'm freaking out. Why aren't you saying anything? Guys. Heh. Egg puns. Right? I should poach some of them. Seriously, is this not a big deal to you? Nah. We only fight if we want to, and it's all in good fun. You're really endorsing capturing creatures and forcing them to fight one another? Sure, why not? It's not like we really have the capacity to get injured or bleed. Ethics, methics. Unbelievable. You two are unbelievable. Eh. Hey, is that the sound of someone calling us? I think it might be. Duty calls and all that. Toodles. Good old Pokemon. In a nutshell, pretty much. Entrapping creatures and forcing them to fight. Pokemon's fucked. Like 50% in 50% of the games, the villains are the good guys. The ones that want to like kill all humans to reset the world. They're actually the good people. Shit, that was a short episode. Alright. Okay, I guess this will be the last one? I feel like we're getting close. It's going to end with us trying to say goodbye to Che. Whoa. Very bright. Hmm? Hello? It's Ned. These bloody things. Do people in America know who Ned Kelly is? Is he famous? Is that a famous name outside of Australia? I don't actually know. But this is Ned Kelly. Ugh. Now who's making a mess? Shite. Don't scare me like that, you wanker. You'll, mate. You don't look so good. Hmm? Who is that? Oh, okay. Is Australia's most famous criminal, basically. He always wore a iron mask with the eye slit in it. Like, 100 years ago, maybe? But he robbed and killed a lot of people. And now he works as on the Council of Death. Ironically, enforcing laws when he spent his whole life against the law. It's fine. It very obviously is not. You keep yourself together. Fine. I've only seen this once before. People don't tend to last as long as you or I. And even when they do, it hurts like hell, yeah. Does Maddie know about this? No. She's got enough guilt to deal with. I'm sure she just believes I'm uncomfortable, like Kishan is. What stage is he at? Headaches? Memory loss? We had a bit of a chat about it yesterday. Che. I know. I'm not staying much longer. I'll stop disturbing the balance before long. Damn the balance. You're falling apart as I watch. Like I said, I'm not staying long. I cannot believe Maddie's presumptuousness. Hey, cut it out. She realizes that she's messed up, and she's doing her best to make amends. Surely it's too late for that. I don't think so. Come on, come sit down. Things aren't that bad. No? No. I might be dying, and I might be having to deal with a lot of pain and guilt, but... Guilt? I feel like I failed as a mentor for Maddie. She's not going to regain her confidence for a long time, I think. In necromancy? And just in general. It's easy to second guess yourself over every little decision after something big like this happens. I'd appreciate if she second guessed herself. Fuck. I clicked. I'm sure you would. Anyway, aside from the pain, and the guilt, and the impending death, I feel quite good. Yeah, you sound like you're doing great. Ha! I'm just happy that she doesn't feel like she has to save me anymore. Even if that's the result of her not managing to pull off the ritual. Bless me, thank you. Did I lean far enough away for it to not be audible? Or did you hear that? I don't feel like it was ever about the ritual, was it? You heard it? Oh, damn. No. We tried it the first time just because we were feeling like doing something risky. Something that could give us a little extra breathing room. Breathing room for getting the council off our backs, actually. Getting some space to pursue our studies without outside interference. Oh. But even that was just... I don't know. Maybe motivated by spite or something. You've got plenty of reasons to feel that way towards us. I don't feel that way towards you, mate. You know that, right? I had some doubts. You might be a constant needle in my side, but you're also one of my oldest friends. And that means a lot more than any sort of affiliation with a bunch of snobbish prudes who wouldn't know innovation if it slapped them in the face. Oof. That doesn't mean I don't miss the good times we had. We were undermining governments before it was cool. You mean the prank letters we kept sending to the parliament in 77? Subversive pushes for real democracy. Uh-huh. You know, even when I met you, you seemed like you'd never die. I didn't know anything about you, but you had a weird energy around you. I didn't plan on it, really. The plan was to stick around for as long as I wanted to, and then move onwards when I felt like it. Do you feel like moving on? I'm getting more comfortable with the idea. Icarus didn't want to fall into the ocean either. But everything's got to fall out of the sky at some point. And Maddie was just trying to catch me. You're not actually okay with this. No, I'm not. Lying to myself is easier than admitting that. I'm gonna miss you, mate. I hope you won't forget me. Forget you? I'm gonna stick a photo of you up on the wall in our office. Big one. Ha. But seriously, I want you to know that you've been a good friend, even though we've taken different paths. When they caught me and pressed me into service, seeing you again was the thing that really brought me back to life. Made me realize I could live like this. Stuck here. Because there was nobody else left for me. Nobody who could see me, at least. You know? I won't forget that. That means a lot to hear. Thank you, friend. Hey. You alright, mate? I'm gonna sit here for a bit if that's okay. Right here on the ground. If you'd like me to leave, just let me know at any time and I'll let you be, alright? It's a nice day out. The weather here can be a pain in the ass, but days like this, they make it worth it, you know? I love to just sit and let the sun warm me. It's been a couple of weeks since it happened now, and I feel like the sun's warmth is the only thing that really helps me pull myself together. Yeah, what you're feeling? I'm feeling it too, pretty intensely. Don't worry, it's gonna be okay. A few times a day, I totally lose myself, as in my sense of self, and also my physical self. But if you plan on sticking around and taking up a position with the council, that'll go away. You definitely don't want to stick around as long as I have. Not to assume it's intent or anything. I just had a hunch, seeing as you were talking to Ned. They're not evil, they're just impartial, which is its own kind of cruelty. I wouldn't judge you if you wanted to stay either. There are plenty of delights hidden in Melbourne's dark corners. Ned can show you around, if you ask nice enough. I'm sorry, mate. I've got to ask. Is this helping at all? Because I'm honestly happy to sit here in silence. I thought you'd appreciate a yarn, though. No, it's fine. Alright. So, fun things in Melbourne. I suppose this story starts around the 1860s when I first came over. Learned the language pretty quick. Not that it helped with dealing with the colonials. What did you come over for? Gold. Same as everyone else. And so, then he shows me these ridiculous drawings of himself, wearing armor like a medieval knight. Always had an odd noble streak in him. Maybe didn't aim it in the right direction all the time. But then he left before I could help him use it a little more productively. And things changed pretty quickly after that. I see. It's never too late though. Maybe you'll be able to help him rekindle it, eh? Me? Oh, I don't think I could. It'd be easier than you think. I'll have to take your word for it. Heh. Regardless of whether you decide to meddle, do take care of him for me. Alright? That man has a lot of pain, and Maddie's not necessarily always the nicest about it. I know that I'm asking a lot. You don't have to coddle him or anything. Just watch out for him when you can. I think I can do that. Thank you. You heard that, right? What, the noise inside? Yeah. Is it something bad? I have a rough idea of what it is. No need to worry. I'll deal with it. And if I don't see you before I go, you will. I'll make sure I'm here. See you in a little bit then. Get him, Cooper. Make your creator proud. Palmer, stop slacking. Duck and weave. Kick his ass. That's an order. Ashley. Wah. No knife this time? I mean, what? Turn around. Now, how'd this get... Oh. Yeah, it went straight through you. Interesting. I'll say. You should perhaps not do this in the future, though. Most people aren't as insubstantial as me. I'm trying to wean myself out of the habit, yeah. You'll notice that this knife is slightly smaller than the previous one. I honestly can't tell the difference, but I'll take your word for it. I'll be throwing butter knives at the back of Maddie's head before you know it, don't worry. Please don't murder each other after I go. Of course not. No, really. It'll break my heart if you two stop being friends over something silly. I won't let it happen. Good. Now, what's happening here? Just doing some prototyping for Row Battle Royale. Ah. That name though. What about it? Just feel like everything's a battle royale these days. I have no idea what you're talking about, old man. Never mind. What's the story with these poor things? Cooper and Palmer? I wanted to see if they still remembered Asimov's laws of robotics. And did they? No, Palmer gave me a light stabbing. Oh dear. Are you sure you're alright? Yeah, I like to give them a little taste of blood every now and then. Makes them fight better. Hungrier. Hungry for victory. And blood. And I'm assuming you'd rather them not follow Asimov's laws. You assume correctly. Please, don't let these mix in with the rest. It'll be impossible to tell them apart. Why would that be a bad thing, though? Because they'd be terrible at delivering coffee if they knew they could use the mugs as projectile weapons? I think they'd be extra enthusiastic. I won't, though. Don't worry. I wasn't going to do it in the first place. Look at you, turning into a responsible human being. Hey, you take that back. No, I'm proud. With you and Maddie in charge, I feel like I'm leaving the cafe in good hands. We'll do our best to make you proud, you old fart. What did I do to deserve that? Getting all sappy on me? Ah. If you'd rather me not talk about it. No, it's fine. I feel pretty good about it. Good? People always come and go from here, right? Oh. I suppose you're used to it. I think so. I sort of expected to be all sad and emotional. But this is just another goodbye. Ah. And that's fine. I'm gonna be sad, yeah. But I don't think this is a new feeling. Plus, you're always gonna be around here to some degree. Can't have the cafe without the Che. You're a good egg, you know. What? Oh, I was assuming there was gonna be some kind of pun following that. I would never. Would you not? I probably would. The truth. It's finally revealed. Good. Because I'm great, and you don't need any encouragement. Good egg? Really? I called you that because you're around. When you're around, it's always a shell of a good time. I'm always cracking up. You've got an excellent poker face right there. Starting to feel tired, think we head off to bed. Good night, takers. Thanks for stopping on by. Get some good sleep. I'll see you around. Don't you like my yolks? I'm not scrambling the delivery, am I? Good God. These egg puns. There's a whole, like, 2-minute, 3-minute dialogue all about Fallout Boy. And it was all just to make a rhyming joke thing. And then they mentioned Brendan Urie as well. Creators, whoever wrote this is a fucking nerd. Yeah, they went through like all Fallout Boy songs and stuff, like their long titles. There was a whole conversation about that. Whew, here you go. Let me know if I can get you anything else. Can't leave you for a moment without you being mean to the customers, can I? You gotta stop appearing out of nowhere, man. Gonna give me heart palpitations. But you didn't even jump. I'm very startled. Internally. Well, enjoy it while you can. You're gonna keep using that excuse for everything, aren't you? Might as well, right? I guess I'll let you get away with it. How generous. But you gotta come downstairs and help me figure out some stuff. What sort of stuff? Science stuff. You want to troubleshoot the ritual, don't you? Yep. And you're sure you want to do that instead of anything else? Uh-huh. What the shit? I don't remember leaving it like this. Unless you let a gorilla in after I left or something. That didn't happen as far as I'm aware. Oh, duh. I'll just tap into the building's subliminal memory. And here. That absolute rat bag. Magic caps, exotic chalks, and not a single thought for how they're used, or for obtaining the proper import licenses, or... Ugh. I'm gonna have to shut it down. No question. Oh, shit. Well, that's not a good sign. Not surprising, though. That's a problem for later. Really. Yep. God, just look at these magic caps. They're totally fried. Maddie, I wonder if we just needed some really big resistors in the circuit. What would they achieve? It'd just get hotter and we'd lose some of the energy. No, I think we maybe had too much energy at that point. So if we dissipated some of it during the second phase, and we were trying to transfer it anyway, it might have stopped the conduit from overloading. Would it not be smarter to just try and transfer less energy in the first place? I think we'd have issues with opening the conduit in that case. We should have drastically rethought our approach after the first time. I'm glad we're having this revelation now, instead of at any other time. And given the multi-phase structure of the ritual, it's obvious that we needed to shift the ways in which we were utilizing energy, instead of just boosting the amount we were trying to pump into it. Maybe I'm just talking in circles here, but I still believe this is viable, just maybe not with this equipment. Have you got a pen on you? I have to write this down somewhere. I don't believe it's worth it to keep on trying to make this work. I agree that it's probably possible, but what? I can't bear the thought of getting yourself killed by trying this again. You've already gotten close to hurting yourself twice. But I didn't end up hurting myself, so it's okay. Yes, because I took the hit. Both times. And as long as you're trying this, you're going to keep hurting people. And eventually you'll get to the point where you can't bear to see anyone else get hurt through your recklessness. So you'll use yourself as a test subject. And you will die. Get it into your head, damn it. You want to know what it's like to be on the other side of this? Wishing for one more day? One more good day where you can think straight and not have to worry about saying goodbye to your friends for the last time? I keep telling everyone that I'm fine with this, that my time was up anyway. Guess what? It's a lie. I was lying to myself and to everyone else. I'm terrified of leaving, and I'm pissed off too. Of course I'm pissed off. One life was never enough for me. I feel incredibly guilty, Maddie. Any failing of yours is mine because I didn't teach you well enough. I'm too far gone to fix things, but not too far gone to care. But please, give me this. Don't throw everything away. Nothing is more important than this. Just don't. If you want to respect my memory, all you need to do is remember me. My life's work is the cafe, not this ritual. And I'll be damned if I let you throw that away. Throw yourself away, just to stroke your own ego. My one regret, my only regret, is chasing that power myself. Stretching myself thin to find extra time. And for what? Some overblown sense of achievement? I regret it. And as I stand on the cusp of oblivion, I realize that I am afraid for the first time. It's new, Maddie, and it burns. I don't want to go. I want one more day. Just one more day. After all this, after you kept me here against my will, without asking me, without taking a second to check whether I was okay with it, at the end, I can't bring myself to take that last step without being pushed. Isn't that ridiculous? It's not. I really am losing it, huh? Everything about me is drifting away. Che, it's not. I'm sorry. Let me finish. I shouldn't have forced you to stay. You're right. And everything you've said is fair and valid, understandable, except for one thing. You might not feel like it, but you're still the Che I know and love. Doing your best to take care of everyone, keeping them safe from anything that'd get in their way, and giving them the space to work things out themselves when they need to. I tried to follow your example, but I guess I didn't stick the landing on that last bit. Wish I could give this another shot. Right from the start. You said earlier that having me in your life was a privilege. Che, the privilege is all mine. You feel guilty for this, and that's fair. But you've changed my life for the better in 1,000 different ways. And I think a lot of other people could say the same. I don't blame you. Maybe one day soon, I'll be able to stop blaming myself too. Sorry for yelling. You didn't deserve that. It's okay. And, you know, it's okay to be scared. You can't practice dying. There's no test run for that. Even if we'd pulled off the ritual, it would have only given you a month or two before things started getting bad again. But desperate times call for desperate measures, yeah. Look at us. Pair of saps, aren't we? Feel like it's healthy. Like eating your emotional vegetables. Nah, this conversation is more like spinach. As in, good in a quiche, or I'd kick your ass if I didn't know my foot would fly right through it, you know. Very fair. I don't know if I can do this without you. Do what? All this. I know things feel overwhelming right now. But believe me when I say that you're the most qualified person in the world to run this cafe. The most qualified living person. You fucker. And I'm the most qualified person to make that judgment. So there. I guess I can't argue with that. You sure can't. I fully believe that you're going to do some great things with this place, if you can stop Ned from shutting it down. Don't fall into the mindset of preserving broken things just because they remind you of the past, okay? I won't. Atta go. There's something I need to go do. Come find me when you're ready. I won't be too far away. Alright, I will. $4 p.m. No! Ugh. Not like that. Like this. You said not to tamp it too hard. Look at it. The coffee just fell out. You gotta tamp it hard enough that it doesn't fall out. You could have told me that before. I didn't expect you to just lightly tap it. Wow. Hey, is this gonna take much longer? I got somewhere to be. It'll just be a moment. It's just a short black. How are you finding this hard? I got this. She drank it. Hey, that was meant to be mine, right? We're just exploring synergies and working on disrupting the coffee industry. Please bear with us for a moment longer. Again. Don't worry, mate. You're doing fine. You gonna make my coffee? Actually, we're gonna close up for tonight. What? But it's not even getting dark yet. What sort of crappy coffee joint closes at 5 in the afternoon? Basically every place in Adelaide, I think. It's 100% true. Adelaide, like that's where I'm from, and it fucking sucked because you literally can't do a thing. The whole city goes black at like 5 p.m. But we're not there. We're in Melbourne. So just go find coffee somewhere else. Unbelievable. What gives, old man? I'm closing because I want to spend time with you lot. Yourself included, Ned. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me. You could tell the people who made this were from Melbourne. Coffee snobs of Oz. I mean, they're not wrong. Adelaide is just black after 5 p.m. Except on Thursdays. Wait, no, Fridays in the city. Then it's like 7 p.m. Of course not. How long are you planning on sticking around? Not much longer, you old curmudgeon. G'day, MK, by the way. I see how fucking shit things are for you at the moment. I got nothing but love to send. I don't know, man. It's fucked. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I know. You should all sit down. I'll make us drinks. So, I've decided that this is it. I'm gonna head off in a little while. You sound pretty calm about it.
Hello!
Hello. I am calm. So, I suppose this is... Not yet. Alright. The fucking straw. Oh, please be for Ned. Oh, it's for Kashan? You want one too? Oh, Kashan wants one. Ah, yeah, that's okay. It's not like we have a shortage of curly straws. Well, in that case... Never say I'm not prepared. Amazing. The man knows what his people need. A rare virtue. Well, it's very much appreciated. I'm just glad to see you all smiling. This shouldn't be a depressing memory for any of us. 5 p.m. outside the terminal. Oh, fuck, we're here. Honestly, it's refreshing to see people's attitudes towards all this. I walked in here and felt pretty comprehensively awful. But being here for this, it's helped. I'm glad to hear that. When you see it so often, it's hard to not develop a more relaxed outlook, you know. There are 2 side stories in this MK that came with the... Well, 2 so far. There might be one post-game. That came with the like final sip update or whatever it's called. Final pour. Fuck, I'll like cut the highlight out of one of them specifically and send it to you because I really liked it. It's like 45 minutes, little side story, not related to the main plot. Blew me away. Every month, we get dozens of people like you. Like us, I suppose. If I have the power to help people be at peace before they move on, why wouldn't I exercise it? You were always too nice. Better too nice than too harsh, generally speaking. Not sure about that. I'm sad. It's been nice to just sit and listen. I'm sad about this. It'll come into a sad fucking ending though. But this one short story. You gotta like actually like oh, I loved it. I'm sad about this. Just wanted to make that clear. But I'm gonna be okay. Promise. Thank you, little P. Hey. I need to ask you a favor. Me? All of you, actually. I need you to look out for Maddie for me. She's gonna need some extra love for a while. Of course. Yeah. Alright. I know you two have had your disagreements. No, it's fine. I'll play nice. You have my appreciation. Can't really say no, can I? Oh, you better bet I'm milking this. I'll allow it. Any chance you'll come along with me? Absolutely not. I've got things to get done here. Can't be gallivanting off to higher planes and I'm drowning in obligations. Well, can't blame you for that. Speaking of Maddie, where is she? I think she's upstairs somewhere. I'll go up and join her shortly. Will you be coming back down? I don't believe so, no. I see. Is there anything you 3 would like me to do for you before we go? Any special requests? Oh, nothing for me. I'd ask for a special drink or something, but I'm sure Maddie knows all your recipes. You'd be correct there. Ashley? All I require from you is your soul. No, you goofball. I need that. Well, in that case, can I have your stuff? You can fight Maddie over it. I say fight, but she'll give up pretty easily. Nice. Ned? Anything you want before I go? Don't leave me. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Don't worry about it. I ought to be doing things for you anyway. Running errands, grabbing milk from the server, you know. Ha! Man, the sun's getting low. I gotta go in a moment, I'm afraid. Are you scared? Nah. Cool. Oof. Feeling old. Not half as old as you deserve to be feeling, I reckon. Trust me. I'm feeling it. Now. Oof. Gonna miss you. Gonna miss you too. I wish you didn't have to go. Me too. It's been cool. Definitely. I'm glad you came in. Yeah. Me too. Maybe I'll see you someday in the future. I'd like that. Not too soon though. Heh. Of course. Ned. I've got to go. Still can't believe you were the first one out of us to go. Life is full of surprises. Wherever I end up, I promise there'll be a place for you there. Thank you. I'll always be proud of you no matter what. Alright, enough of that. Fair enough. See you around, mate. And you. Maddie maintained her calm. His body had laid here for weeks now, gently mouldering. He'd refused to visit again after the first time. She didn't blame him. Can you really expect anyone to be cheery about the prospect of sweeping leaves off of their own grave? She didn't mind doing that job anyway. She'd always liked gardening, bringing things to life. Motherfuckers. So, I know that Ashley built us. But as the owner of the venue, aren't we technically bound to Che? What is the implication here? When he's gone, what happens to us? Huh? We'll be fine, right? What are you thinking? I don't know. Didn't really cross my mind. Until now. Worst case scenario, we all just vanish. Nah, worst case scenario, we vanish painfully. Thanks to that, I feel way better now. We'll probably be okay. Probably. How long until we find out? Should be any minute now. Well, this has been fun. Guess we'll just wait and see. I guess. Here we go. Motherfucker's splitting it up. Giving me time to like catch my breath between. I hope you won't forget me. Oh, we started behind the register now. Are we Maddie? Oh, that's where the train leads? Tram? Oh, we're him? Here we go. Hey, old man. Hey, you. How you doing? Fine, I guess. That's good, I think. Yeah, I think so. Why is this so awkward? I've never had to do this before. Not even as the one who's gonna sweep up the mess afterwards. Not like this, no. Gotta say, I'm a little surprised. Life has a way of taking you for a loop like that. So, are you gonna... No, not yet. Let's sit for a few moments. It won't hurt. Sure. I'm sorry if this is kind of weird, but I can't get over this one thing. I'm here. Sitting right here. But I'm also over there. You know? Feeling a little conflicted about it? Definitely. So you could say you're of two minds about it. Not gonna dignify that with a laugh. Can't say I didn't try. But seriously. That's my grave. My body's right there. How weird is that? It's pretty weird, yeah. I don't feel quite as weird as I did when I was helping you bury it, though. Fair. Grave digging. All the manual labor of gardening with none of the rewards. You don't reckon I'm going to grow into a beautiful tree? Buddy, you're already a wise old oak. Dead wise old oak. Struck by lightning, yeah. So you don't think anything's going to grow out of me? Not unless you swallowed a bunch of seeds without me noticing. Afraid not. Don't really know what you're meant to do when you're about to pass on. I'm not prepared at all. Am I meant to be doing extra self-care or something? You're better at all that stuff than I am. Yeah, man. Get yourself a bath bomb, light some candles, charcoal face mask, the whole shebang. Is that supposed to sound appealing? Yup. God, I'm out of touch. I made a bath bomb once, but... It flattened a city block. And then some. Goodness, you were such a hellion. That's why I took you in. Because I saw that attitude in you too. Bomb-making revolutionary? No, you're a born pioneer. When you put your mind to something, you'll never stop pursuing it until you get it done or kill yourself in the process. I'll try to avoid getting into the habit of assembling bombs then. Phew. Don't get me wrong though. The bath bomb in question was definitely meant to be the sort that smells nice, for real. It was just a little bit too fragrant in the end. Amazing. That aside, I think it's hard to mess up lighting some candles, probably. You think I just carry scented candles with me wherever I go? Yes? I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't have any. Damn it. Tell me you've got some downstairs at least. Yeah, but I'm not gonna go back to get them. No, that's fine. After I'm gone. Put a few around, maybe, to remember me. I'll light them all up for you. Don't worry. Cafe's gonna stink of chamomile for weeks. That's perfect. Now, I think it's about time. What do you think? This one's your call. As it should have been, the whole time. Come on. Let's go have a look at your work, eh? It was always about time. It's very minimalist. I like it. Hush you. Ah, the dramatic reveal. Very swish. Can't write history till it's happened. No, I suppose not. What's this written down here? Maddie, did you put some poetry on my headstone? Give it a read. We see but dimly through the mists and vapors, amid these earthly damps, what seem to us but sad funeral tapers, maybe heaven's distant lamps. That's comforting. Chin up, old friend. It's just another step. We just gotta keep on putting one foot in front of the other, no matter where we're going. You told me that, back when I was a depressed mess who wandered in here looking to hide from everything. Throwing my own advice back at me, you monster. Heh. I guess I should stop dawdling anyhow. You do you. I feel guilty for swinging back and forth on you. Being anxious, then eager, then scared, then brave. It's cool. I'm not gonna have a go at you for it. And you have every right to feel complex feelings about this very specific, scary thing. I messed up the order there. Thank you. But I can't do this. I can't stand here making you wonder if I'm gonna do it or not. I need to do it now, or I'll never leave. Maddie, It's okay, mate. Take a deep breath. Take it in. Let it all out. Okay. Alright. Maddie? Yeah? You got this. We'll see each other again. There it is. Ugh. Hydrate. Thanks. It's empty though. I'll grab some after the credits. Scared of missing anything. Actually, it makes you click to progress anything, so I'll go fill up my bottle. I'm drying my fucking eyes. You're back. What did you miss? Because your friend called is here. Okay. Yeah, the ending. You missed the whole ending sequence. I can explain it like really simply if you'd like. I'm guessing there's a little bit of posts. Yeah, there's a little bit of post. So I don't remember what the last thing you saw was. But that guy, Che. The like guy in like the lab coat looking thing. That was really old. So they tried like again to bring him back to life because she killed him. They tried to bring him back to life and it was impossible. So he was actually dead. The whole game he's been dead. They tried to bring him back to life with illegal necromancy. It failed. And he's been in pain like crazy. Like if you stay past 24 hours after dying, you feel this like, you'd feel worse and worse as time goes on. And he'd been there for like weeks. So he was like in like excruciating pain constantly, but didn't tell anyone. And he finally told him. And he had to move on. And it was just like the whole goodbye sequence is just saying goodbye to everyone. Goodbye to his friend that he's had for 200 plus years. And then goodbye to Maddie, the glasses, the barista. Said goodbye to her. I don't know, platonic love fucks me up. Yeah, Maddie killed him. By mistake. So he's been dead for a long time. And Maddie couldn't bear to live without him. Because you can stay in, as long as you stay in the cafe, your spirit can stay there without moving on to whatever. Like heaven, hell, whatever the hell's next. It doesn't say what is next. But you can only stay 24 hours. He had stayed weeks. And if you stay long enough, you just vanish. So she tried to resurrect, to give him more time, and it fucked up. And like wait, no, sorry. He was alive through necromancy. And they tried to add more time to what was keeping him alive, but Maddie messed it up and it killed him like permanently. And then he came back to the cafe as like a ghost or whatever. And he stayed as a ghost for weeks. And then she tried again to bring him back to life. And it failed and made him even worse. So he had to leave. And yeah, there was just a whole goodbye sequence. Which things like that, like a mutual understanding between two people, like platonic love, that's like my favorite thing in stories. And the goodbye, it's very, very sad. So now it's just Maddie and Ashley in charge of the cafe. A few days later, 2 p.m. All done. Looks pretty good. It's got the right number of legs and everything. And 50% less homicidal impulses, I think. We're still aiming for 100% less, right? Sure, I guess. Well, it's progress, I suppose. Maddie? Yeah? Why is the ground outside on fire? Oh, brother. Oh, it's the Council of Death, isn't it? Hey, is that? You ready? Yeah. Wretched, isn't it? You know what this place needs, pal? Tell him. What? I don't actually know what this place needs. I was hoping I'd have thought of something by now. You guys done? I guess. Great. You'd better pick up that cigarette, Kishan. What? I will. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. That was a cute tough guy act you two had going on there. Yeah? Very convincing. An enforcer is required to be imposing. It's in the job description. Oh no, don't fire me. He's not gonna fire you. He's too much of a big softie for that. I am not a softie. Sure you aren't. You're basically a giant teddy bear with a metal hat. Hey, hold on. You joined the council, Kishan? Heh, yeah, actually. You're not going to tell her now, are you? Huh? I thought we were going to do a little build-up. Tell me what? Oh, Too much pressure. Tell me, you weasel. Don't be rude. Necromancer baristas are required to be mean to council staff. It's in the job description. He's done a good thing for you, you ought to know. Oh, well in that case. What's up, bud? Come on. I can't handle the suspense. Well, last night we ended up in the archives. The council archives. Kashan went in with a particular goal and dragged me along. Hey, you didn't protest that much. Anyway, you might want to sit down for this. Okay. I managed to wipe your debt. Is this a bad practical joke? No, he's telling the truth. Turns out that there's some old bylaws that have loopholes and, well, you're not going to believe this, but the council allows payment of debt in a bunch of weird ways. Yes, we really ought to fix that. And one of the ways is through the voluntary sacrifice of a soul. Wait, what? So, I was able to sacrifice myself by joining the council and wiped your outstanding debts at the same time. Well, that's silly, huh? So you guys get to do as much human sacrifice as you like, but as soon as I'm doing it, I'm a menace and upsetting the natural order? Maddie. Yes, Nettie dearest? Pull your head in. Ahem. You're right. I apologize. Kashan, you didn't do this just for me, did you? Are you sure you're okay with this? No, I promise. This is fine. I wanted to stay. I was way too afraid to pass on. And I thought the council was interesting, and I wanted to learn more about it. Ned might have talked me into it a little bit, but I absolutely promise that I didn't feel pressured into it. I made this decision on my own. I don't know what to say. Just consider it as me repaying the kindness I was shown when I walked in. I was really, really freaked out, and you all helped a lot with that. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're gonna be okay? As long as you stay on the straight and narrow from now on. Yes. Cool. Reckon you'll be able to do that, Maddie? Yeah. I'll do my best. No more illegal rituals. No more illegal rituals. Promise. I'll stick to the legal stuff for as long as I can. I suppose that'll have to do. I understand that you're somewhat of a stuck record in this regard, and I'm trying to make my peace with that. Oh, look at you two making friends. Wholesome. Please, just try and keep your head down. I will, yeah. Gonna be hard to cause too much trouble if you keep raiding my suppliers anyway. Sorry, just doing my job. Yeah, I can't fault you for that. Anyhow, I'm afraid we've places to be. So soon? We only just got here. I told you we were only popping in for 5 minutes. We've got paperwork to do. Ugh, responsibilities. Catch you two later. Thanks, again. I appreciate it a lot. You're welcome. Anytime. Well, Ned found a new friend. Ugh, I'm gonna have to scrub those off. Are we gonna do it now? No, I'll do it later. Right now, though, everything's pretty calm. So I was thinking we might close up early. Damn it, what is it now? Oi! You'd better clean that up, you little monster. Is it trying to tell us something? Hey, watch it. It's a plant? What's with the envelope? Smells nice. What's the card say? Ah, of course. It's from Che. The time for regrets and apologies is long past. All we can do is look forward to the future with a smile on our faces. Don't obsess over what could have been, please. I know you're going to do great things, and you don't need my help for that. This is my last gift to you, my apprentice. You kept saying that you needed this, so I went out and got it. I think that even though some people claim to be ready for what lies next, everyone wants a little more time. Jay. Hey, are you okay? That bastard couldn't resist playing one last joke on us, could he? I'm okay. He gave it a fucking time plant. Oh my god. Seriously. A pun? And I can't even give him a withering look in response. I mean, he was just quoting you, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Let's go hang this up. Che is fucking swords or something, I swear. I know it's just us two now, but I think I'll always be here in some form, right? I think so, yeah. We can't get rid of him that easily. Alright, let's close up. What are we gonna do? I was thinking of heading to the hardware store. Everyone keeps saying we need more plants in here. Yeah, Sword's fucking funeral is just, it's like his dying words is gonna be some kind of pun as well. Why stop at 1? Ooh, achievement unlocked, epilogue. Oh. There you go. That was 11 hours total. Last week and this week. How Long to Beat. Do not trust How Long to Beat for fucking visual novels. It's a big, big lie. No more visual novels that I have to read out loud. I'll just keep them for myself, I think. Goodness. How Long to Beat, just speed run through visual novels. Yeah, I feel like... 100% of the game. Let's go. Got all achievements. What an achievement that is. I'm surprised there's no like hidden things in the game, honestly. But fuck. I can feel it in my throat. I was close to my limit. Like, I'm glad the game's finished. But also, that was really good. Visual novels are nice, but not for streaming, I guess. And another hydrate. Oh, you posted pictures from when you're at Disneyland and King's Discord. Alright, I'll check in a sec. It's a good bedtime story. Well, I'm glad. Nice little story about death and departure. Just skip all the text and be over in just 10 minutes. Yeah, I feel like everyone on How Long to Beat. I don't know why, because it's not like it's a profile you share and things. That they like, everyone lies about their times on How Long to Beat. They put it faster than it is. Like, oh, it only took me 4 hours. I'm a beast. Like, oh, this took me like 7 hours, and then they had loaded up as like average time 4 hours. It's like, I don't want to look like a fucking pleb and put 7 hours. Alright, I'll put I don't know, 4 hours 30. And it just keeps going down, 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 down. The time just gets smaller and smaller. Chaos would beat this in 4 hours. He just skips all dialogue. Plus Fallout Boy. True. True. And even Brendan fucking Yuri got a shout out in the game. Honestly, the side stories, like Maddie, I loved Maddie. I loved Maddie to death. She's fantastic. But that side story, the Yakuza one, that Yakuza side story, that was fucking, I loved that. That made the whole game for me. That one. And then the other side story of the 2 kids, that was pretty good too. But yeah, wow. The Yakuza one was nuts. Side stories like DLC, or they put side stuff in it. So this final pour bit. So they released it on PC originally. I think only PC. And then when they did the Switch port, it changed to Necrobarista Final Pour to be a console exclusive to Switch. And then 3 months later, it came to PC. So it's kind of DLC, but kind of like free update. But yeah, I think that's what the side stories were. And honestly, like, it's great. I loved the game. But without that Yakuza side story, I'd be like, yeah, it's a great game. But only play it if you like death and visual novels. But with that side story, it's fantastic. I think it's worth playing through just to get to the side story. I loved it. Took me on a wild ride, and it makes use of the setting, the idea of not knowing who's dead and alive, and the idea of the 24-hour time limit. And I don't know, it used the whole cafe like really well. It was nuts. I feel like they could do more things like that in the future as well. It was good. You agree about the Yakuza? Yeah, the Yakuza. Yeah, it was so good. Threw me around. I wonder what I missed. Yeah, so there's definitely some things I missed. But luckily, it doesn't look like you need to get these to 100% it. I'll take the 100%. Oof.